Hello, everybody. To do a few changes in the way it shows. I'll put this like this. There it goes. Do a little bit of change so that I can always have a visual of the majority of what I want to see. And yeah, I think this is good. Panel is here. Stream info is here. I can see. I'm going to do this. See the statistics here. Yeah, that's good. There we go. And a chat on the left. Hey, everyone. Hope everybody's all right. And we'll be doing the experiment today of inserting the ads myself on the live stream rather than the automatic way of YouTube. So that means that when I take a pause, if I go out for something, if I'll be pressing that button at times when I do things like that. And of course, if I want to put an ad, I'll make sure that I put it in a spot where it doesn't annoy people. You know, for example, in the middle of an explanation or something, or a story. So that could be annoying. So we're going to try that today. It's going to be a manual placement to check out how it goes. So, well, there is Keegan, but I have already had thought about it a couple of weeks ago that we should that because I totally understand that if it happens in the middle of a moment where I'm talking about something, it could be annoying because you're going to miss out on whatever I was talking about. So we're going to try it like that, make it better. And hope everybody's all right. I'll have a little sip of my beer. Cheers, everybody. It's a strawberry flavored ale. That is for the for this time of year. I'm just going to fix the automatic colors because they make me look like I'm all red. Saturation here, white balance here. So I think this is better than so this is I want to look cold. Here we go. So That is okay here. Okay, we can start this stream. I will go and fetch a little something in the link for tomorrow. So guys, to remember that tomorrow's a Zoom at 20 hours UTC. We've got close to 50 people registered. So there's going to be a lot of people there. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And 29th meeting. Just going to retrieve the link for the register link. Here we go. Copy. And here we are, guys. Let's start this. And here we go. So, hey, everybody. Welcome aboard to this live stream. It's a show that we are doing every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. Last week was cool. We listened to the BBC Midwinter broadcast, which was really cool. And it's really, really nice to... Sorry, guys. To have shared with you that little moment, which was really, really pretty cool. And we, of course, listened to that. Some of the signals were pretty good. And we, of course, going to talk about a few things this week. Surprise, surprise, yesterday. Radio Marti back on 2 frequencies. Surprise, surprise, it's not there today. So what was that? We're trying to find out, and we're going to talk about it. For the rest, so this is a live show that's every Saturday, 20 hours UTC. We talk about radio of all sorts, and just have fun with radio in general. Whatever it is, we kind of concentrate on shortwave, but we have other radio fun too. And it could be scanner radio, long wave, medium wave, and so on. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America. And, well, I've been doing this for years now. I think the first live show somewhere in 2013 or something like that. A long, long time ago. A few of you probably remember. In the kitchen. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, Zoom. Here's the Zoom link for those that would like to register. You know, even if you think you're not going to be there, register anyway. You'll be registered, and if by any chance you can make it, you'll be able to make it anyway. So you know, it's just go for it, and if you can make it, you can make it. If you can't, you can't. Doesn't matter. There's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. That's the people that I've been talking to. I saw someone the other day that said, I don't know, I think he's like talking alone or something because somebody didn't see the chat. It's like, yeah, no, there's people here. And, of course, wonderful people if you want to interact and share with them and talk about your own radios and so on. It's a great place for that. We're very polite and very, very good group. I think it's one of the best out there. It's well-maintained, moderated to make sure that we just remove what's unnecessary. And something that, I was talking about last week when I was talking about I removed myself from the Yaesu FTDX10 group because there's just too much annoyances. There needs to be a cleanup. People, any group, any Facebook group that doesn't have a cleanup, doesn't have enough moderators to remove what shouldn't be there, is a bad group. And it's always annoying because you get more annoying stuff than you get useful stuff, and that's where I don't want to go. So This chat room is beautiful for that, with the people we have. The Facebook group is great for that with the people we have. And this lets us enjoy a much more clean experience than a lot of other places. And that's why it's fun here. Remember the two rules: no politics and no religion, and everybody's going to be happy. Um, then when this is over, there's the Facebook group, which we have, which is the same name as the channel here. And of course, it's also a very beautiful group. Great group. If something happens, we clean up quite fast and make sure that it doesn't happen again. And it's also a place where we share all sorts of things. I share things that I listen to or that I got by listening in and stuff like that. So we, of course, will continue maintaining that. We'll, of course, be tuning around some signals. We'll try the usual Morse code Russian number stations in an hour's time from now at something like 21 UT or something. We'll be checking that out, and we'll be checking out some signals, a few things that have appeared on the bands. And anything that you guys hear that's unusual that you want to share with us, please do. It's the place for daddy. And it's great for having a lot of fun and tuning the bands and seeing what's out there. The radios that are on today, I've got my ICOM ICR 8500 on the ML830, so it's good for the lower frequencies. I've got my Yaesu FTDX10, which is on, this is what you see on the screen here that I can show closer, also at the same time. So this is two radios, two antennas, each have their own listening frequencies. Unfortunately, I'm a little sad at the fact that I don't know what they installed in the new neighbors installed in their house, but my noise floor went up dramatically on the Yaesu. It was not that high just a couple of weeks ago. So I'm trying to see what can I do. One of the things that I think that I had as a suggestion from quite a few people was maybe a magnetic loop that's good for transmitting too. That would lower my noise floor and give me the capabilities of transmitting also. So we're gonna check that out, because it is high enough now that it blocks a lot of things that I could hear easily before, and that is kind of a little sad. So anyways, we'll see what we can do with that noise floor and check out what we can listen to. If you're in the chat room and you've not been here before, if I don't answer immediately, remember that I'm often far in the chat room because I want to take the time to look at everybody's comments and sometimes answer some of them and so on. So be patient. I'll get there at some point for sure. So, Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois, the WA9301SWL. We have Indy New from the UK, M7CUN. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here from Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107SWL. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you here. Says, hope everyone's all right. Sorry I haven't been the last nights. Had it going, and I'm hoping to make it soon tomorrow. Well, yeah, hope that you're there, my friend. Jean Arrache, salut, bienvenue de Saint-Hyacinthe. Nice to have you here, just from the southeast of Montreal. Nick Amendote, nice to have you here from Romania. We have 54 Cal from Northwest Pennsylvania. Robert Varner, KC2TEL, New Jersey. RJDA, Dakota. Nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. And super humid. And this here, it's like we had a rainfall warning for all the weekend. It's like the weekend is crazy for that. Rod and Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Fred Waterer, nice to have you here from, I believe, the Niagara Falls area. Old Radios, CQ, hello there, my friend. Nice to have you here. Robert Levin, nice to have you here from New Mexico. 804 Marty from Virginia. And Richard Califano, nice to have you here from Albany, New York. WA2157SWL. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Jasmine, nice to have you on board from Capitol Hill, Seattle, where the party started last night and goes until Sunday evening. So have fun, Jasmine. And we have Richard Wenders from Island Lake, Illinois. Donna Weil, WA7330SWL from Sun City, Arizona. 106 Fahrenheit, that's way too hot for me. Toast and Love, nice to have you here from Alabama. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Chuck Schreiber, N5KVO from South Texas. We have Robert Fletcher, New Hampshire. Blogger Die from Virginia. Thank you, Blogger Die, by the way, for the donations. Donation came in today. I saw it there. Also, I want to thank Gerald McNeil for the donation today also. Remember that if you wish, there is a dollar bill at the bottom of the chat where you can give a little something to the super chat. It helps me tremendously, especially with the crappy monetization YouTube has been having lately. Also, there's the Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat Treats that you can help out. There's the PayPal for that also, which is the one I'm just going to share now. And you can send me any amount helps. And it really, truly is useful and helps me continue with the live shows. I'm here all the time. And, you know, nothing is free in life. And this is also my paycheck. So it helps quite a lot and maintains this channel. And we, of course, maintains the live shows also at the same time every Saturday. And the Zoom meetings that we have, like tomorrow. So, you know, a little extra tomorrow. Why not pitch in a couple of bucks if you can? Helps a lot, and it maintains all of the activity here. So thank you so much for the donations, guys. It's much appreciated. Okay, so Blogger Die is unpacking his new Anrangda medium wave shortwave FM VHF weather Bluetooth MP3 app controlled emergency weather radio. So let us know what you think about that. We'll be looking at our friend's blog there and what he has to say about these radios. So this looks like an I've seen that on I think on Amazon. Looks interesting. Farm Marty, yep, YouTube Premium, that's good for that. No ads, and it still gives me a little something. Yes, there's a new version of firmware for the Shoryang LC90 to 4.8. I've installed it actually this week. I meant to do videos, didn't do a lot of videos this week if you guys noticed. I was extremely busy. There's a lot of things happening at the same time, plus the caregiving duties, but I will be back on track, making as many videos as possible in the coming week. Andy News is having some South African white wine, so that's cool. I believe I had South African wine at one point, a long time ago. Old Radios says watch on my TV on my dad's account, but not on my phone. Toast and love for Mr. Freeze. That's perfect. Cools down. Mike WX50 bought a new MLA30 since my old one had been run over with the lawnmower and the wires spliced back with poor results. Things are back to good with the new antenna. Cool. These are things that happen. Still remember the little story of someone is passing the lawnmower and because I'm usually do the lawn and most of the time I I'm the one with the lawnmower, but at that time it was somebody else, and I didn't see that my wire antenna across the backyard had fallen to the ground in the grass. So it's like I'm hearing the lawnmower, and then I'm hearing boo, and I'm like, oops, that doesn't sound good. And then I'm looking, and he's untangling the wire that's caught underneath the lawnmower, and I'm like, oh god, my wire fell on the grass. Oops. So Don Ryle has updated his radio. KW 1161. Hey Kenneth, nice to have you here. Sunny, 100 degrees in Tucson, Arizona. Jasmine, so I gave you the link for the register. Hopefully you'll be there tomorrow. It'll be fun. And the new, anyone pulled the trigger on the new Allen Code DJX 100 scanner? I've not seen that. I'll have to go check it out. It must be probably not. It probably is a little expensive, I would guess. Jay Roderson 69. Nice to have you here for as always. We have let me check for logins, because I've had a few logins from the emails in the last month and a half, so I'm going to make sure I don't miss out on anyone. Sean Flaherty, nice to have you here. Happy field day. Yeah, we'll be checking that out, see if we can hear a few of those field day stations on the bands. It'll be kind of interesting to see what's out there. An event that's coming up that I am going to participate. I want to have the full set of stations of the 13 Colonies Amateur Radio event. I really want to have the certificate with all stations logged. And hopefully that I can get that. Last year there was a couple of stations missing. This time around I want to make sure I get all of them. Andy New, we are the guardians of the channel. Yep. Jim's radio check. Nice to have you here. 90 degrees again today. We got a real couple of days that were crazy hot. Here in Montreal on Monday and Tuesday, we were at about 100 Fahrenheit, which was crazy, and that's not even counting the humidity, so the heat index, as you guys call it, and it was crazy. My air conditioning couldn't even handle it. It was getting hotter and hotter in the apartment every day, because it just too much to cool down. It's too big to cool down when it was so hot. I'm happy we're back down a little, although this weekend we'll have a lot of rain. There are some heavy thunderstorm warnings, I believe, right now on the bands. So okay, this is there. So anyways, I'll be checking that out. Once again, just before we continue, don't forget that there's a Zoom meeting tomorrow at 20 hours UTC. It's open for everybody, by the way. Zoom meeting link to register is this link. You just go there, register. You'll get an email with the link for the Zoom tomorrow. So just click on this link and register, and hope to see you there tomorrow. Even if you don't have a camera, it doesn't matter. Just be there. Be perfect. Martin Frayne, nice to have you here. EI4JGB. Martin from Ireland, nice to have you on board. Girly Moss, nice to have you here. Let me just go here. Thank you, LMRT, for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And so here, let's continue here. Just missed out on something. Okay. SWAT Cats, nice to have you here. Says I went through all 56 radios and only 7 did not work. This includes 2 scanners and 2 handheld CBs. Aha. Girly Mouse, go to 4625. Well, no, it's not going to be useful here with midday. Yeah, we're not going to hear anything on 4625 at this time, especially in the summer here. So, what else do we have? Kenneth, Jill, your new neighbor's box didn't have an EMP in the box. Man, I tell you, going crazy. Tostenloff, a magnetic loop with multiple steerable notches would be nice. Some sort of phased array loop. So we'll be checking out. Yeah, for me it will be because it's for my ham radio gear, so it has to transmit also. So it'll be, if it's a loop, the loop will be used also for transmit capabilities. Penny C, bonjour, nice to have you here. Paul Mildick says you should revive Radio Canada International. We need to GoFundMe a transmitter. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are, and there's a lot of ideas going around about, some way to revive a Canadian voice on the shortwave bands, on using, relays to transmit, either European relays or, WRMI and things like that. The thing that is also important here is it's not just to have it, funded to get back online on shortwave. It's to have people for the programming aspect, because you got to have interesting stuff that people want to hear. You need people that are capable of putting together some shows. So it's something that requires to have a little team of people there. I know that there's a lot of people that would be happy to, get into a project like that. But it's getting all of that together. It's a complex operation. Girly Moss, have you ever heard the buzzer on 4625? Yeah, a long time ago though. Last time I heard the buzzer is more than a year now. I've not been able to get the buzzer. I used to get it every winter, and I haven't been able to get it last winter. Either my noise floor has gone up and now it's really too high for it, or I don't know, some changes in the buzzer's power, because it's been more than a year now since I've heard the buzzer last time. Roger C, nice to have you here from Ireland. Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Brian Chapman, would you show the link for the shortwave stations schedules? So, yep. So here are a few schedules, a few websites. Like here is the one I use is EIBI Space, which is always very accurate and very good. And I like lists. My brain is wired that way. So there's EIBI Space. And by the way, your browser might say that it's unsecure to go there. It's fine. It's just that they're not using HTTPS to secure login. But there's no problem with security. Just say yeah, it's okay. And of course there's a shortwave.info where you can go and check out also and find what you're listening to, which a lot of people use. It's more user friendly, of course, because it lets you search, and you have a map of where it's from and so on. There's a lot of visuals on it. Most people like that one better for that purpose, and I totally understand why. SWAT Cats, I just need to realign on both DX160 and DX394. Paul Mildig is in Northeast Ohio. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York, KB2AHS. So Penny C, nice to have you here. Living Nathan, nice to have you on board. Says 5 years following you with my friend from Israel, 4Z9MEX. So it's nice to have you here. Fred Waterer says, I'm in St. Catharines, but not many know where that is. So you say, okay, you're in St. Catharines. Is yeah. Well, it's, not that not that far, and that it is definitely more people will know more about where Niagara Falls is than St. Catharines. That definitely is true. It's like when everybody you listen to hams here, around here, and there'll be in little towns around Montreal, but when they make contacts on the ham bands, they're like, "Well, I'm in Montreal," because they know that people will know Montreal, but will not know where that little town is going to be. So it's the same thing. Jasmine, 68 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy in Seattle. So that's just perfect, especially for if it's not raining anything for outside activities. It's just perfect. It's when you have an outside parade or anything that you go to that is like it's 90 degrees. It's like you just want to die. Jeff King, nice to have you here from Jacksonville, Florida. We're at cool 92 degrees. Kenneth, you have rain in here. I am in Tucson, Arizona, with forecasts of 100 Fahrenheit plus a good chance of dust. Yeah, I'll send you the rain. I'd be happy to. But don't send me the 100 degrees plus, please. 804 Marty, it's great to catch a live. I've been stuck in replay mode all month. Yeah, it's a different experience. So LMRT, thank you so much for the donations, and much appreciated. And don't forget, guys, that you can also donate if you want to help out to the show. I want to thank Marta for the donation. I want to thank Nicole Phillips for the donation. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated. So Paul the Cat will have treats. Actually, I purchased a big chunk of cat treats for his to help with his teeth, and he and of course we'll have more little things for him with that also. What else do we have? Adrian Adonis, nice to have you here. No antenna. What? No antenna? I have antenna. I have I just have too much noise. I need to change it. Two hands, one dial radio show. Nice to have you here. Ex-Boston Patriot. Steelig 000, nice to have you here. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. We have, 13 Colonies is fun to do. I like that too. I just really enjoy chasing the different stations. There's 16 stations in total, the 13 colony stations and the 3 extra stations. So I think it's 16 stations to chase. Shane from Oregon, nice to have you here. We have Andy New, the Elenco DJX 100 is expensive, 500 pounds, but also has lots of digital decoding and does ACARS. Yeah, let me check that out. I'm going to go and see this new Elenco. I'm surprised they still do DJ 100, yeah. I wonder if I send them a message and tell them about my channel, if they'd be interested in sending one over. It'd be kind of cool. It looks nice. Very small. That's interesting. It's like a membrane or a touch type keypad. Looks small. It does analog voice, and it does digital voice DCR, NXDN, DMR, Tier 1, 2, D-Star, C4 FM, DPMR data, compatible FSK data signals, AIS and ACARS mode, show text and location information on display. It does a lot. It's expensive, but it does a lot. A lot. This is very interesting. Very interesting. Maybe I should write to them and let them know and see if they would be agree to send me one. You never know if you never ask. Oops, there's a mistake on it. There's a mistake on their page. The standard accessories. Standard is spelled S-T-A-N-D-E-R-D. It's D-A-R-D, not standard. Youch. Okay. Hope the manual isn't like that. Definitely is an interesting little radio. I'm gonna write them, and hopefully we never know what could happen out of that. If they send me one, why not? Why not? It could be interesting. Okay. Megan, nice to have you here, Megan. We have let me just, okay. Kamikaze 1976, nice to have you here. Sweatcats, oh yeah, the Route 66. I heard that. What time? At what time of the year is it? Is it in July also? I remember seeing that event and even contacting a few stations. RJ Dakota, have heard that Voice of Nigeria may return anytime soon. First of all, I think it's far off in the distance because it's conditional to repair and putting back online their rotatable antenna, and there's a lot to be done before they actually are going to be back on. So there's a lot of work to be done. The programming in 11 languages and all of that, apparently they kind of, decided to fund it and everything. But, I was listening to a lot of different comments and reading comments of a lot of people in the past week about it. And it's like everything, we hope that it's going to happen. We hope it's going to happen soon. But between, it's like everything government. The government and the people in power might say, we will do that, we're going to put the money. But between saying it and it's really happening and they're back on, it's a different thing. What I've seen also is that there could be a lot of DRM coming out of it for the purpose, just like Radio New Zealand. Some people are asking, why does Radio New Zealand do DRM? And the idea behind DRM for Radio New Zealand is that they send that DRM signal across the Pacific Islands that pick it up in different stations and decode it and put the audio on local FM outlets. So by doing it with DRM, it keeps a good audio quality so they could put it on an FM station. And I think a lot of it will be that. Radio Nigeria, the Voice of Nigeria, would send a lot of DRM signals that would be caught by different countries in Africa and decoded and put on local FM radio stations. So we'll see what's going to happen. But I don't expect that to happen in the next month or a couple of months. I think it's, let's wait for it and see if it's really happening, if we hear more news about it and that they're really working on it. So we'll see all about that. Steelix 000, what am I drinking? It's a strawberry flavored ale that I saw at the grocery store. Richard Califano, do you have favorite things you enjoy on the LC90? It depends on what exactly you mean by the favorite things. If you mean some of the things that I listen to, because I like the hybrid thing. Like, for example, last week I used it for about 6-7 hours listening to Shortwave. And then there was nothing much interesting on the shortwave bands, and I switched to the smart radio side and listen to, BBC and Radio Australia and things like that. I have a lot of podcasts that I'm slowly getting, adding to the station, to the radio, thanks to the online website where you can add the stuff. Radio Polonia English broadcast. There was the weekly DW Deutsche Welle English news. There's Radio Sweden Weekly, and of course a couple of DX shows like World of Radio and Wavescan. So it's interesting to use, and I definitely love the radio. It's getting better all the time. Really, really cool. Megan says it's 94.35 Celsius at my house in Commerce City, Colorado. Youch. 57 Steve DX, nice to have you here from Georgia. And Nicole Phillips, nice to have you on board, G6PJV. And, well, it's my pleasure to be here and to have the channel and to have fun. It's, I think it's a lot of fun in a unique way of having something going on together where we listen to radio and just enjoy a hobby that, I say it again and again, is a very solitary thing. It's as simple as that. So, this is all about that. We have, let me, we're going to try it now. Let me take a little break, guys. And what I mean by that is that I will be putting an ad just now. So some of you might see ads, some of you might not see ads. When I click to add, to put an ad, what happens is not everybody will see an ad. Of course, if you have YouTube Premium, you don't see ads. But it's also not for every market. It depends which market has ads, which markets don't have. So some of you might see an ad, some of you might not see anything, for sure. So just remember to put some from time to time, so that there's a little bit of monetization going on the channel. Okay. And Nicole Phillips, yeah, thank you so much for the donation. It says pizza and beer on the way. Thank you so much. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. We have Don Royal, LC90, like the variety of music. Yeah, because there's everything. I mean, it's a smart radio. So there's everything you can, you want. It's just choose the streams that you want and to listen to what you like. It is definitely a cool radio, honestly. So, Rick Myers, nice to have you here from East Central Florida, I guess. Off the air due to numerous storms. Still new Curacao card. Thanks for what you do. KO4OSA. What I'll do, Rick, I have your card here still with your address. I'll send you another one. Maybe something happened to the other one, because it's kind of long now. So I'll send you another one this week, Rick. And hopefully that one will make it. RJ Dakota, Voice of Nigeria, had some interesting music. Station was powerful when you could find it. Yep. Kenneth can live with that. The rain. David in Barcelona, nice to have you on board. Today finally got my first QSO using my own equipment with the QO100 satellite. Still some things to improve in my setup, but it works. I'm jealous. I want to do that. I want to do some... I was looking the other day at a little portable... directional antenna for satellite contacts, and I was seeing videos of a guy that has a FT65 like I do here, the handheld, and was using it to make contacts to like the space station and stuff with that antenna that he just holds and follows the the space station and the satellites with. I want to try something like that. Thank you, Andy New, for the donation. Much appreciated. Old Radio says, I didn't get any radios, but I got a couple of early crank phonographs and a 1951 Philco TV. Cool. Cool. If I had a house and tons of place, I would have tons of old radios. And not just that, I was looking yesterday at a guy's collection of old computers, like, TRS-80s and stuff. I already have an Atari 1040 ST here. I got a Commodore 128. I got a Amiga 500. I've got the Atari 2600 console. And I'd like to have, I don't have space. And it's useless for me to have too many of those. I don't have space. But I would just love to have those. I have, like, tons of older. I would even love to have, like, well balanced, like, old PCs, like have a PC XT and then a 286 and a 386 and a 486, each with their own, like, graphics cards and whatever of the time, and it's something I would love to have, like a little, not just a radio museum, but a computer museum at the same time. Watermelon, that is so refreshing. Watermelon in the summertime. Oh, man. Kevin, thanks for the donation, and says, nice to see your show today. A lot of stress lately, hopefully buying a condo in St. Pete, Florida next month. Supposed to close by July 18th. I'll take it easy, one step at a time. It doesn't, and one of the things that I think it's something that we all have in common. When something's stressing us or bothering us, it's always there, and we always put it worse, or find all sorts of worst way of it could go. And usually once you go through it, you're like, yeah, that was easy peasy, nothing complicated. But before it happens, or while you're on it and you're thinking about it all the time. So enjoy the show today, Kevin. And thanks for the tip. 84 Marty, I have a Streetsburg multicoupler on the way based on your recommendation in one of the lives. Should be here Tuesday. You're going to love it. It's great. Great. I got mine for, many years now. It's been there for 4 or 5 years. Just love it. So, Fred Waterer, my local newspaper is the St. Catharines Standard. Substandard. Blogger Die, Amazon has a radio that includes a Type-C cable. Okay, Swatcats, it's September for the Route 66. I'm going to check that out. It could be a lot of fun. I'm into that a little more now. I'm looking forward to the CQ worldwide contest this fall. That's something I like a lot, and it's just a lot of fun to go through. It makes for some activity and some things to do on amateur radio. So thanks for sharing that, Sweat Cuts. Fred Water, as a kid, I smacked our Zenith TV more than once. We all did that. Back in the day, we would smack stuff, and half of the time they would come back to life. It was just a big smack. Hey, it works. It's, I remember when I had my Commodore VIC-20, I called it the luxury because it was something, TVs were expensive back then. And my parents they had a 20-inch color TV they didn't need. And I was lucky to have a 20-inch color TV for my VIC-20. But it had a flaw. It was sometimes the picture would go crooked. And it wasn't an adjustment or anything. There was something wrong with it. So I would just smack it and the picture would come back normal. And sometimes it'd be okay for days. But I'll always remember that one day the picture was crooked. I smacked it, and then the picture went dark, and I was like, okay, I think I smacked it too much now. It's dead. That was kind of a downer, because then I was stuck with like a 17-inch black and white TV, and I was like, oh, this is so frustrating, going from color to black and white. Andrew Galloway, welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. Enfield Angie, nice to have you here from Scotland. We have where we have here. Yeah, it's not everybody that has the ads. Tristan, nice to have you on board. 21 degrees, that's perfect. 21 Celsius is just perfect weather. Darren Rogers, does the version 4.8 update for the LC90 fix the frequency tuning problem with the USB LSB? No, they haven't done anything on that. I think they've kind of decided, okay, it's close enough. I mean, it works. You just have to, understand that there's a little flaw, but it's not bothersome enough to prevent you from wanting to listen to. You just have to accept that your frequency display might be incorrect because of the wrong tuning on one side, but at least you can still tune and still listen. So I consider it to be okay. It's at least it works better than the first version, which was pretty much unusable because it was going in the wrong direction and you couldn't tune some signals. Now you can at least tune every signal. It's just that sometimes it won't show the right frequency. Maybe they'll have it perfectly fixed on the LC100 or something. And Dines, nice to have you here from Pennsylvania. And Andrew Galloway, was the best place to buy the Shortwave LC90 in Canada. I'm not sure of where it could be the best place. I know it's sold on Amazon, but there's a lot of places that sell it. Mine I got thanks to Shortwave radios for free, so I didn't purchase it. But I think it's checking out which one has the best price. Amazon isn't always the best price. Jim's Radio Check, thank you so much for the donation. It's much appreciated. So, it's... yeah, tons of space. I need tons of space. Yeah, the Trash 80, the RS80. And, but, it'd be fun to check out those satellites and have fun with that. It's something that I really would love to Keegan, don't be embarrassed. There's absolutely no problem there. We are going to try for a station, if you guys want to. In 4 minutes time, 17421 is where you got to tune. My noise floor is definitely higher. 17421 CW. 17420 upper sideband. It's the M12 Morse code spy number station. It transmits from St. Petersburg, Russia. And it will be on in 4 minutes time. So let's have a listen to that to see if I can get it. Last week I wasn't hearing it. We'll see if propagation is good enough today for that to come in. So 17421. In Dines, I'm waiting outside church to pick up my 94-year-old dad. He uses a walker, can barely walk. Churchgoers are giving me the evil eye. parking is terrible here, and I'm parked in the bad spot. You know, but hey, you're waiting for your dad. You're doing the best you can. Sometimes you have to do that to make sure that it ain't too complicated. Yeah, the Kilo 100. Yeah, there are a few satellites like that are just not for certain areas. 8:04 morning, first computer, 286 with 40 meg hard drive. Garage Brennan, nice to have you here from Ireland. Adrian says ZX81 first PC. Yeah, I'd like to have one of those. Yeah, it's a nice topic. I would also enjoy computer museum as well as old cell mobile phone museum. You know, and it would probably make for a great YouTube channel too, to have all of those things working. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun with my Commodore 128, which also has a 64 mode going and playing with the stuff, and my Amiga 500. I fitted both with a little adapter that instead of having 3.5-inch floppies, I just put the image of the games and the software on a micro SD card and fit it in that little module, and it acts like a standard drive. You just have to go through the menus, choose your image, and then it's going to load like it loads a regular disc. So I can, and actually on the Commodore, I have on that micro SD card every single game that was ever made for the Commodore 64 on it. I just go through the list, choose the one I want to play. And on the Amiga 500, the same thing. I've got that drive too, which is kind of cool, and it's a lot of fun because I have about 1,000 floppies here, but transferring to floppies is a long task. You know, it's like, now why use floppies when you can use these little drives with the SD card, which is a lot more. I still have the floppy drive, but it's just, I rather use the SD stuff now. So it's coming on in a few seconds. Let's see if we can hear anything. I'm hearing it very, very weak. It's barely making a dent in that noise floor. But I'm hearing it. It's not very strong, but I'm hearing it. 17421 Morse code. WX50, my first computer was a Sony Vaio back in 1998. A massive 3 gigabyte hard drive. Hey, I remember buying a 2.5 gigabyte Maxtor hard drive for a PC and paying $279 for that. And I thought, oh boy, that is space. Yeah. RJ Dakota. 17580 for Radio Romania. Yeah, they have that 16 meter band frequency that is on for the 2030 UTC broadcast to North America, which is probably over now at 21. Dustin loves slap fixed. London 19657, nice to have you here. Says first computer ZX81. 804 Marty, super high tech. My 286 with my dual floppy drives, about 3.5, 5.25, and 14.5, 315, 3.5 inch discs, 5.25, and a 14.4 baud modem. Yeah. You remember when the modems went dumb? I would buy US robotics modems all the time because I knew they were always the best. And for a long time, they were all hardware. So you could just issue commands through like using just, a command prompt. And it would actually do what you're asking it to do and call numbers. And then one day, I still remember I got this modem and I'm like, wow, this is different and smaller. And then I look at it and it's like, oh, it's a software modem. It has just barely the minimum to connect to a phone, but everything's done in Windows. There's no more onboard, software that does everything. And I thought, well, that's crappy. And that was a big problem because when I started my tech duties in the early 2000s, a lot of people had those cheap software modems, and their PC didn't have enough RAM and enough power. So they would ask me, why does my modem hang up all the time? Well, it's because your computer's too crappy to run the modem. A soft modem, a Win modem, needed to have a PC that ran pretty good to handle doing that and doing what you're asking it to do. But, oh man, I remember that. When I saw that, it was like, oh, this is so crappy. So crappy. What else do we have? Toast and love. In an emergency, slapping is good to try first. Don Royale, my first computer, Commodore 64. 57 Steve DX. Have you heard the loop of a bizarre message, English, female, Italian? Yeah, we talked about it last week because we had Laura that had talked about it, sent me a message, and a lot of people are listening to it, tuning it. Nobody knows what it is. Nobody. And there's been a lot of people have been tuning around in Europe, hearing that on 7,000 kilohertz upper sideband, and no one seems to know what it is. It's so weird. Let me just check out here. I'm going to go to the U20, see if it's on now. U20 SDR. If I go there and start the audio, it's a 7,000 kilohertz upper sideband. Yeah. It is. It is there right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Let me switch. I'm going to switch this to...
Self-amplified toxins already in use. Global health at risk.
Yeah.
Self-amplified toxins and infecting humans to humans. Do not use amplified toxins.
This is so weird. If you guys go to the U20 SDR in the Netherlands, tune 7,000 upper sideband. It's very strong, and it's Italian. There's some English, and nobody knows where it comes from. It's so weird. Blogger died when I was in college in the early 70s. Someone bought an old TV to the dorm. Picture tube was about worn out. There was hardly any contrast. One of the guy who was a ham operator put an external, sorry, must be continuing here. Let me just, oops, losing the, okay, here we go. So power supply to the filament and juiced it up some. Nothing like people that know stuff and do stuff. Leo S, slap it on the side. Yeah. Kevin, I remember adjusting the rabbit ears of my grandfather's old RCA integrated TV stereo so we could watch Neil Armstrong step on the moon. And or movie sets if you're a conspiracy person. Yeah. Yeah, that must have been a time. I always joke because when my parents watched the moon landing, and I was born in March of '69, so I always joke to everybody. Oh yeah, I remember the moon landing. I still remember. I was on the couch, and I was drinking my milk, and I was watching it. I was like, yeah, I was 4 months old. Brother Timothy Clark, if you have CW mode, it's 17421. But if you don't have CW mode, it's 17420 upper sideband. Or if you have a BFO and don't have upper lower sideband, you can do 17421, but just play with the BFO to get a tone. And for Marty, if I only learned the CW alphabet and numbers, thought I was done. No, there's also punctuation. Yes, punctuation is there also. Absolutely. Brother Timothy Clark says put 17420 on USB, or RADI RF 919, and the MLA 30 plus. Thank you, Tristan, for the donation. And yep, tomorrow's Zoom meeting at 20 UT. And so we do all the things sometime when we are listening to the radio show. Thank God for your show. John, WPE4KNC from Colonial Heights, Virginia. Nice to have you here. Oh yeah, I will definitely, David. I want to. I have no interest in the VHF UHF range and the amateur spectrum, except for the possibility of maybe doing some satellites or something unusual. Going to a repeater and talking to someone, talking to a friend it might be okay, but going to these nets is like, hi, my name is Gilles. I'm in Montreal and I enjoyed the net tonight, and hello to everybody. That's not my kind of ham radio. And it's fine, it exists because there's a community around that, and I see the camaraderie, the friendship between a lot of people in those nets, and it's great. It's great. It's just that for me, that's not what amateur radio is all about. It's so much more. So, that's why I hang out in the HF bands pretty much. But I want to do more, and I want to do stuff on the 2 meter, 70 centimeter, and eventually even do, stuff in those weird, funky bands at some point. Just stuff, really. Nice to have you on board from North Wales in the UK. Hey, Keegan. Nice to have you on board. Don't worry about last week. It's all right. It's all right. We all rant at something sometimes at things. I rant at stuff at times that, next day I'm like, yeah, I was tired. I don't know. It's fine. You're always welcome here, Keegan. So, nice to have you here. Would have been sad that you didn't show up because you were, embarrassed or anything. Nah, it's fine. And I hope you're going to be in Zoom tomorrow. Just stuff ready. Can you receive the Shannon Vomit on 5505 from where you are? Yeah, at this time, no, because I'm still too much daylight. But as the darkness gets, 5505 is an easy catch, even with a little portable radio. I would be able to use just this and listen to it here without any problem. 5505 for the Shannon Vomit, 5450 for the Royal Air Force Vomit station also. So nothing on 17421. RJ Dakota's got 17675, which might be New Zealand. Fred Water, Apple II is my first computer. I love that thing. Brother Timothy Clark, 5505. I could hear that last night. Not hearing it at the moment. Gabriel Suto, nice to have you here. Remember me? My yeah, I remember your moon expeditions. Your moo expeditions with all the cows. Nice to have you on board. It's been a long time. And you know, it happens, you know. My hobby of radio, Gabriel, was it's always been up and down. It's always been you know, before I did the live shows, because now I have kind of an obligation to do something because of all of this. I would be months at a time without tuning the bands, and suddenly I would, just, you know, come back like really heavily. It was like all or nothing. It's like I'm really heavy in radio for a long time, and then suddenly I'm no radio for months. Or sometimes it was radio, but different radio. Like, you know, a lot of the, especially in the scanner days when there's the scanner craze was there. I was either heavily shortwave, or I was like scanner crazy for a couple of months, and then would go back to shortwave. I think it's normal, you know, that we go up and down, and sometimes we take a break of radio, or take a break of what we do. And it's nice sometimes, because when we come back, we come back refreshed, and it's better and it's more fun. So if you didn't hear it, we have another try here. 16141. guys. And that is at 21:20 UT. So it's going to be in 6 minutes time that we'll have 16141 to try. Fredwater Apple Rider 2 is a very simple but elegant program I did on my DXing column on. I would do my, because we had to send it printed copy for the COCQ, the Club on Codes du Québec, that I was member, and I edited the logging column for about a year, and I would edit on, what did I edited that on a PC, a 286 PC, with a basic word processor that was free, and there was a corrector, a correcting software for the French language that wasn't very good, honestly. And my written French is rather horrible, honestly. I've never been very good at French writing. So, oh man, that was for me, that was hell. That was like, oh God. You know, it's funny because I write the utility column for the Messenger, and for me that is a million times easier to write in English, a column in English, even though I'm not perfect, than it is to write. And if you'd ask me to write the same column in French, forget it. It'd be horrible. As we have Blogger Die says, my new Hanrongda HRD 908 radio come with a micro SD card installed. The card add 2 music files and a firmware update for the Ligiani RD239 radio. Wow. Okay. Adrian uses Linux. Keegan DXer. My first computer was a Microsoft Windows XP. 95, sometimes in 2003. Laura MM7 BFL, nice to have you on board. Yep, 7,000 USB. A lot of people talking about it this weekend. Man, this it's a mystery. Nobody knows where it's coming from. Nobody knows where it's coming from. And I just tuned it on the Netherlands U20 SDR, and it's very strong there. So it's like, wow. And Kenneth, my first computer was a Radio Shack Pocket 1000 computer, followed by an Amiga 500. The Amiga 500 was an amazing computer for its time. Still today, I use the Amiga 500 here, and I am amazed at how advanced it was as a computer back in the day. The Laura MM7 BFL says been there for over a week. Alan Handelman Show, and nice to have you here. Enjoying the show as usual. Did you get my email? Radio question for you. Do you think people are still listening to FM like we did 20 years ago? No. If you had to compare it to 20 years ago or 30 years ago, I don't think so. But yes, people listen to FM. We had statistics on the International Radio Report show that came out from the United States. And, I mean, people do listen a lot to the radio still. But it's not the same. And I think today, the younger generation doesn't get its music like, me, you. Where did we get our music? We got our music by tuning our favorite radio stations on the FM band, and even sometimes on the AM band, if you go back far enough. But today's young generation doesn't get their music from listening to a radio station on FM. It's actually very annoying. We were annoyed at, the DJ talking over the song when you want to record it. We were annoyed that we had to wait for our favorite songs to play, and listen through tons of crap songs we don't want to hear. Well, the young generation today doesn't have to do that. They stream it all. And so FM today, for me, I think it has an appeal on news stuff. Like, you want to listen to your local news outlet or local station for what's happening. And the car is a big part of radio. You listen to the radio still in your car a lot. But honestly, it's not like 20 or 30 years ago. Now it's I think the music stations on FM, unless you have it like at work or things like that, even I'm 56. Say I have a party in my backyard and want to have good music. Am I going to put on the radio? No. I'm going to put on some stream of some, type of music we all want to hear. And that's going to be what we listen to. Oh, yeah. 16141, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it. Now, you might not hear it as much because I have a noise reduction filter. But it definitely comes in on 16141. It comes in really, really well enough to be clearly heard. So 16141. So like I said, maybe for some news, things like that, for talk radio a little, but it definitely isn't the same anymore on the FM band. And I don't think, especially the younger generation, I don't think they listen to the FM radio bands that much. You know where it shows, Alan, also? I was looking at, there was a show on TV, they were asking questions of news events and things happening in the world. And it came to me that to answer those questions, you had to be somebody that listened either to the news on TV or to the news in some forum on the radio. And I noticed that the younger the generation, the less they knew about what was happening. And it's like, okay, there's a generation gap that's major here. A lot of young people don't know what's happening around the world. They don't listen to the traditional outlets, so they don't know what's happening. There is a big change, honestly. I guess it's for your questions that you want for the for your guest that you'll have. But it's definitely a very interesting question because things have changed a lot. Even though radio is still a big part of, according to the statistics, radio is still a big part of the listening experience from 18-year-old and older. So the radio still exists, but it doesn't exist the same way. Chrissy, nice to have you here. Chrissy Freitas from steamy Memphis, Tennessee. And hope you are doing well too. Ordered the Ethon Elite Executive brand new through roughly $70 on eBay. Cool. So, cool. Fred Water and my mother was strict about my bedtime, but made me stay up to watch the moon landing. You will tell your kids about it. Joke's on her, no kids. Yeah. You know, I was, growing up, I was one of those kids that just could do whatever he wanted. I could go to bed at 2 in the morning. They didn't care. As long as I went to school, woke up, went to school, did stuff, was okay. I had very little rules. Then in 1967, I was 6.5, but remember watching the moon landing. Kevin was born in 64, but I have strong memories of the Apollo programs. Then I pretty much draw a blank till Richard Nixon resigned from office. You know, what the moon landing and when I grew up, a big interest that I had was astronomy and space exploration. I would go to the library. When I got my first library card, I was about 12. I would take out all the astronomy and space books they had. And my mom at one point noticed that I was very interested in all of that. She said, I got something that you're going to enjoy. She opened, we had like an old, how do you call it? There's like a wooden, a big wooden box anyways, that there was like tons of stuff in there that it's the kind of thing that it's like there's something in there, but I don't know, it's mysterious. We never opened it. So she opened it and she went through it, and then she got out a Patty Match magazine from 1969, which I wish I would have kept, because that thing must be worth a fortune today. It was in perfect condition, and in the middle pages were the central pages were moon landing pictures. And it was, I remember watching those and feeling a strange, I can't explain it. It felt like grandiose. It felt like the universe is out there. I remember watching that, and I was on the balcony outside at 12, 13 years old, and the moon rising and looking at the pictures, and it's like, wow, this is the moon. This is just incredible. And were color pictures, and oh boy, and I don't know. I got a huge kick out of space exploration. I still remember when the Voyager spacecrafts were sent out to explore the solar system. I had a book from the library in 1980, and they had the first pictures of Jupiter, which was the first planet that they explored. And I still remember reading, and so in 1980, I was 11. I still remember reading a little paragraph that said, oh, these are the years when we're going to see Saturn, and then, Uranus and Neptune. And I was like, oh, I just can't wait when Voyager reaches those. And of course, today, now, Voyager's outside our solar system. But it was something I was so amazed that we could do this. It was just crazy. Man, I was, and I'm still today, pretty, really interested in all of this. Kenneth was 9 years old in 1969, and my parents let me stay up and watch the landing. 10 years later, I took my oath of the IFU station and watched the network's replay on the 10th anniversary. Oh, wow. Levy Nathan, yes, I do FT8. Absolutely, I often do FT8. King and DXer, no problem. Fred Waterer, I was born in 61. Every time there was a space shot, as my dad called it, he was glued to the TV, and Uncle Walter Cronkite. Yeah. That was something. There's the recording on YouTube, and every time it is very emotional when you see Walter Cronkite taking off his glasses and for a moment realizing that there's humans, there's men on the moon, which is just an amazing moment. We need new amazing moments today. We don't have them anymore. I think it was something that was such a way to get people back together. David, do give 6 meter and even 2 meter FT8 and SSBDX try whenever there's e-sporadic and tropo opening on those bands now in the summer. Yep. This week, Bert WF79 that is often here, we tried to contact on 6 because he's in Virginia, and I could see on Wednesday morning, I think, I could see tons. I could see all the East Coast on FT8, 6 meters, and made some contacts, but we were never able to make a contact. Brother Timothy, keep an ear on 4724 Upper Sideman. I've been hearing, monitoring that frequency, US, the HF Global Command. Yep, 4724. What are the other ones? There's also 11175. Has a lot of activity, 8992. So I heard, just ended a few moments ago, I heard the number station on 16141. And we have another shot at 15928 in 10 minutes. So that's going to be another one. I'm going to put myself on 15928. 15928, as you go here. $15,928. Here we go. I'm gonna see if something else is there. Billy Hill Z Billy, nice to have you here. Just got my Texan PL330 and the XH Data D808. Love them. Cool. They're great little radios. Gonna tell you that. Blogger died. Continues to amaze. I lost where I was. Let's go back up here. Where is it? Okay, Blogger Diet continues to amaze me how many portable shortwave radios there are available. Yeah, me too. You know, when I hear people saying, well, shortwave's dead. Yeah, well, have you seen the number of shortwave radios? If they wouldn't make money, they wouldn't make them. They wouldn't make them. I'm going to tell you that. there was a few. I was looking at Oxford Shortwave log website, YouTube channel, sorry, and he actually contacted. He kind of confirms. He contacted Ethan for the Ethan satellite HD that was a big failure, and they said that forget it. There will be no other satellite radio. I think they got really burned on that one. Apparently the development, the research and development, and the creating of the radio went too fast, and they just I put it honestly, I blame it on the fact that the people who designed it, they had no idea what they were doing, and that's what it gives, a piece of crap that costs a fortune. It's sad because I mean, could have been a high-end receiver that could have been really cool. And it's sad because it also killed the little, that's the one I was mostly looking for, the little satellite portable with this colored screen. I would have loved to see that. I would love to have, they have a picture of it. They must have done at least a test version of it before. That's unfortunately it. Autocorrect, yeah, it's not always great. Joe Spring, Happy Canada Day coming up from Tuesday. Yep, thank you so much. And you guys have 4th of July also coming up on Friday. Nice to have you here from Milton, Florida. John Beckham. It kind of got out of my mind. I'm gonna check it out. If I find it at a decent price, I might check it out. Kevin's got Wavescan on 15770, which probably just ended. Great show. Wavescan is a great show. I love that show. Penny C, I listen to FM for music mostly. Okay. Chrissy Freitas, I was experimenting with Linux Mint. And but unfortunately both distros in play as nice with my graphics. Yeah, it's not always great. It depends on a lot of things. Kenneth, I still miss my Amiga 500, but still have the pocket computer. Need to replace the screen now. Jasmine, we get our music from Spotify or hearing it on TikTok, and if you're a video buff, you get your music videos from YouTube. It's that when YouTube started, and then all the music streaming services started, it killed FM radio a lot for music. Personally. What else do we have? Justin, this could be just me. I miss the old school DJ, the ones with a personality and program their own music. Oh yeah. That's what made radio. You would listen to the radio for your favorite DJ. I remember a couple of DJs here in Montreal that I would listen to their shows. Chom FM, although not, still not too bad. It's not what it used to be. Was good on that too. It's like your favorite DJ for your favorite songs and shows and stuff, and that's what made radio. And that's a lot of these DJs are gone on the Sirius XM satellite feeds. Kenneth, for world news, either the internet or Radio New Zealand, sometimes BBC. Jasmine, it's a collectible. Oh yeah, definitely. Chrissy Freitas, I would occasionally hear dance music on WYXR FM here, but there are a lot of different tunes to hear. I miss some of the stations I would hear in Portland, especially one with the call letters Kink, K-I-N-K. Brother Timothy says 16141 is a no-go here in Southwest Pennsylvania. As to radios, I grew up with a radio pretty much in my hand. I would be going to bed while listening to the Grand Ole Opry on Saturday night. You know, I was the weird kid in the block because I had my first little radio cassette recorder, which was not a boombox. It was really a little cassette recorder with a handle. I think it was a Sears branded radio. And when I would go out with my friends and would hang out in the street, I was always, I had the radio and I was playing cassettes. And actually, for a lot of the guys, it made me kind of cool because we would listen to our music through the cassettes that I had made. And so, man, that radio was going everywhere I would go. And then, of course, I had my boombox, and that was, oh man, listen, I made so many tapes with that. Boy. Brother Timothy Clark, AM 650 WSM. The only thing that has changed for me is that I'm older and I have more radios. Yeah. I'm also totally blind, so I guess for me radio means more than TV. Yeah, that definitely. It's that way that you connect to the world. I mean, radio is the way to connect to the world for you. Totally understandable. I mean, because TV, you could listen to the audio of the TV, but because the audio often refers to images, it's not the same. Radio is really made for, a medium that it's just, we are explaining stuff so you understand what it is, because radio doesn't have pictures. So for you, it's the best medium. Redwater, have the newspapers from the moon landing, Toronto Star, etc. Wow. Yeah, Adrian. John Beckham, summer 69, yeah. Kevin, at G.I. Joe Moonlander and capsule, no longer. Oh, the things I regret discarding. Imagine that, if you had a G.I. Joe Moonlander and capsule, and that those were from like the early days when all of that happened, those would be worth a fortune today. We don't see as a young, when we were young, and we have all of those things in front of us. We don't see there's a value to it. Someday there will be a value to some of the things we have that are related to major events. We don't see that. And then later when we get now today, I'm like, man, I wish I had that Perry match, So I'm hearing 15928. Roughly the same level as I was hearing 16 megahertz. So 15928, the number station from St. Petersburg, Russia, is coming in on my radio, 15928. Don Royal, yeah, here there was a station on 980 kilohertz AM, 980 AM, that had Casey Kasem's Top 40 on Sunday. I remember it was Sunday afternoons. Fred Water, aliens encounter Voyager and send a message back. Send more Chuck Berry. Yeah. The one thing that you made me remember one thing about, I don't find Seinfeld stand-up comedy to super funny usually. It's not my kind of thing. But there is one that I do find funny, is when the space shuttle went into space several times, and people get kind of bored with all of that after a while. He was on Johnny Carson, And he said, you know what would make space exploration fun again, maybe? Why don't we send somebody that does not want to go to space? And it's just so funny because like talking about like the guys hanging the door jams to not go, and it's like I found that bit to be kind of funny, but oh man. Joe Spring was 11 when the moon landing happened. It was very inspiring. Definitely. I mean, and think about it. Look at the technology we got today. Look at what they do here. Look at this technology, which is so far from what 1969 technology is. And yet, with that 1969 technology, you landed on the moon? I mean, it's an amazing exploit. I mean, today we have, so many things that are like way better in terms of automatic guidance and whatever. Today, no one would be actually touching anything to land on the moon. The computers would look at the ground and say, this is where we're going to land. And astronauts would not touch anything unless there's an emergency. It would just all do it on its own and say, hey, here's where we're landing. I mean, in 69, that moon landing almost didn't happen because they had a hard time finding a spot where it was, not dangerous to land. And Neil Armstrong was actually guiding the ship. Today, nobody would guide the ship. The ship would guide itself. It would just look at the land and say, here's where we're going to land. This is where it's going to happen. Honky Tonk Woman by the Rolling Stones. Yeah. I don't know if it's me. Maybe Jasmine can. I have a question for Jasmine. And before I ask the question, I will put an ad here for a second. So 915-928 still coming in with the Morse code from St. Petersburg, Russia. Very weak, but it's there. Still coming in. 15928. So let me just go down a little bit chat room, but I'm going to ask a question because it's a generational thing. So the question I'm going to ask is about. So I'm a guy that was born in 69. My brother was born 10 years before me. I'm influenced by my brother also. I went into that, like, there's so many amazing things that happened in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. And there's also so much amazing music in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Starting at 90s, 2000, I kind of find it more and more boring. Is that I'm getting older, and I've seen so much that, it takes more to be interesting for me. But what I will ask Jasmine is, do you find that the last 20 years are as exciting for you as the 60s or 70s or 80s seems to be exciting? Or do you find that when you hear about that era, it seems it was a lot more exciting than what we are in today? So that would be kind of my question. But that's a very, it's a very personal, probably opinion thing, but maybe, if you're young today, it's just as amazing and fantastic as we lived it when we were younger, Don Royal listened to Wolfman Jack. Robert Varner was 15 and 69. John Beckham, lots of good things happen. Yaka Odd Woman. John Arash, could you send me a link to the Dutch SDR you use to listen to the voices on 7000? I think I can make what it says by playing with the noise reduction and the filters. So, here's the... Here, I'm going to send you the link. U20 20 SDR 7000 kilohertz. I don't know if I could if I tune it. No. So go here, copy. By the way, this U20 SDR in the Netherlands is an amazing receiver to test stuff on. So go to the, this is the receiver link. Just tune 7000 upper sideband, and it's Italian and English. It's kind of interesting. Keegan DXer, born in 96, old enough to remember the big three network anchors: Dan Rather, CBS News, Tom Brokaw at NBC, and Peter Jennings at ABC News. If I had PBS, Jim Lehrer, and the NewsHour. Fred Walter Cronkite got emotional twice when, yeah, I saw that one too with JFK where he was almost crying on the air. Yeah. Peter Jacopelli, did you know Walter Cronkite was an amateur radio operator? What an amazing news anchor. Yes, he was. I remember. Yes, I remember reading on that. Absolutely. And yeah, amazing times. Kenneth, elsewhere on YouTube, trying to find Walter C. Walter Cronkite covering Apollo 4 launch when the ceiling tiles started falling in his studio. Quite funny. Oh, I'm going to have to check that out. Looks interesting. Bebob just looked it up. AI says Voyager 1 is 15 billion miles from Earth. Transmission from Voyager takes 22.5 hours to reach Earth. Yep. Imagine if they have to send a command to have it change something. So now it's 22 hours and a half to go. And you know, 22 and a hours back, which means it's 45 hours before you know if it happened and it worked. Crazy. I'm looking red again. Did the camera change or something? Did the camera configure video? Yeah, the check mark got back. Why? I said no. That's it. My computer's taking over my life. Why did the check mark get back? So weird. Okay. So weird. My computer has a mind of its own. Kenneth, Ethan missed a great opportunity. Yep. Absolutely. Don Royal. You know, I think it's everyone as we get older misses the good old days of you know, so many things happening, and as we grow up, it's, you know, we're discovering life. You know, it's a very unique thing. What else do we have? Well, a nearby Indian casino is having a fireworks show tonight. We say the nearby native casino. Man, I don't know how many years that I was hearing people say, "Oh, the Indians." Yeah, well, no, Indians are in India, but yeah. Keegan, I would prefer Ethan's new colorful display of would-be new elite executive radio. Yeah, yeah. I would love to see that one. Jeff K. Someone on Reddit told me to run Linux for SDR on my iMac. Anyone who use Linux? Just use what's on your Mac. Don't, every operating system has its own software. Jasmine, basically linear, anything other than sports is dying. Richard Arkins discovered the channel by accident, but great show, and hello from Northern Ireland. Nice to have you here, my friend. And John Beckham, I wish I could go back just one night back in the 70s and listen to all the North American shortwave broadcasts. I think a lot of us would like that. I would love to go back in time with my SDR and sit down and like have a whole weekend. We're sending you back in 1978, and you're going to have a whole weekend of you listen to shortwave to that weekend of 1978. Of course, I won't be able to not listen to DX Party Line from ECJB, but I want to see the waterfall of the utility signals and the international broadcast bands. And man, imagine what we missed. I realized today that I missed a lot of stuff from the 80s and even the 90s because I was too focused on certain things and not realizing, no, go around. And plus, I didn't have a real good radio until the Kenwood 5000. Because even the DX302 from Radio Shack, it was okay. But it was not great when you had very strong signals in the band. It would wash out. There would be some effect where it would wash out all the weak ones. So I missed out on tons of things that maybe I could have heard. I see people sometimes telling, oh, well, you remember Radio Grenada, Radio this, Radio that. And I'm like, I've never heard those stations. I tried the frequencies. And I realized today that maybe I've just didn't have the good receivers, the good times, also the knowledge. What time is the best one for that? And so on, MStack's fascinating to realize that we are living in a time allowing us to see things in space and so many other places never before seen by humans. Yep. Absolutely. Imagine 100 years from now. Our Dodd, nice to have you on board. Taking a break from field day. Richard Hawkins, when I was 15, my parents heard a noise in my bedroom and they thought I was sneaking out to go drinking or something. I was running a shortwave aerial out to our plum tree. Caught in the act of putting up an antenna. Just bring my grandchildren, tell me they stay in touch with the world through TikTok. Yep. That's a lot of what's happening today. Fred Water, all those mixtapes we made, how many did we actually listen to? You know what? We would listen to the last one we made. Think about it. We would make a new one, then we'd listen to that one until we just can't anymore, and then we'd have a new one that we'd be creating, and then we would listen to that one. And most of the older ones we would just have there, and it's like, sometimes we would go to one because, oh, this is the one that has that song that I like. I haven't heard in a long time. Things like that. Kenneth, oh, Lost in Space Toys. Wow. Jasmine, even people in the TV and radio industry know linear is the real future. Trust, I'm visually impaired as well. Radio is a great hobby for us. Advances like SDR plus screen readers and ETM scans make radio more and more accessible. You never thought of that. But a radio with ETM scan, how wonderful that could be for somebody that is visually impaired. You let that device scan for what's out there, and then you just turn a knob to hear what it caught. You don't have to, tune endlessly at the shortwave bands, not sure where you are. Definitely, that is interesting. Adrian, no Trump talk, please. We do not mention that here. Well, all radios, there's good news and there's the news you don't want to go through. I have a selective ear. I listen to what I want to hear, and I just ignore what I don't want to hear. And I think it's the best way to filter out the radio. Listen to what you want to hear, and when it comes to something you just can't, forget it, because absolutely, news has a lot of negativity to it. Absolutely. Kevin, does Montreal have a planetarium? I have one at Ocean County College, but they usually do laser light shows because of lack of interest in the night sky. Yeah, we do have a planetarium it's very active and very popular here in Montreal. We have a lot of things going on there. Every time there's some event like a moon, an eclipse of the moon, or anything that is worthy checking out, they have astronomers outside with telescopes, and they do tons of events. It's really nice because the planetarium here in Montreal, they're extremely active. Actually, the planetarium, they did something nice. So the planetarium in Montreal, there was the old, which was called the Dow Planetarium. Dow was a Montreal brewery in the 50s, 60s, and they had donated a planetarium to the city of Montreal, and it was at a very weird place. The planetarium when I was young is like, it's that place that you never go because it's bizarre. I don't know why they put it here, but I remember when I started going there, I was like, I would go so many times. I just love it. They had a show, and this is something I don't know if they still do. They had a show that was free once a week. Every Tuesday night, you could go there. It was free, and it was called The Sky Tonight. And it was just saying, okay, what we can see in our night sky at this time of the year. And it was really cool. That I would go all the time because it's like, okay, I want to see what's outside, what's in the sky tonight. The Dow Brewery, the reason it doesn't exist anymore. Why? Because some people died or got poisoned by bad beer, or I don't know the full story about it, but some people died from the beer of that brewery, and it gave them a really, really bad reputation. So the Dow Brewery disappeared in the 60s, early 70s or something. The planetarium, they eventually was using one of those German Zeiss projectors that were just so cool. It was like a peanut-shaped, huge projector that would actually project stuff on the dome. It was just so amazing. And I guess maybe early 2000, they decided to modernize the planetarium. So here in Montreal, they call it a space for life. And I find it cool because where the Olympic Stadium is, where we had the Olympics in 76, they put several science exhibits there. So now, near the Olympic Stadium, you can go to the insectarium, see all the bugs and stuff. There's also the biodome with all the species of different animals and whatever, which is great. and they decided that the planetarium should be there also, so that all the science-y stuff is all gathered in one big chunk of land where you just go out, walk to the next exhibit. So you can buy a ticket for all of those. And I find that it's a good idea because it's, instead of having all of them like scattered across the city, we can say there's a science place where all of it is gathered at the same spot. And they rebuilt the planetarium with brand new equipment, brand new projections, and it's very modern now. So it's really, really cool. Yeah, Jean Arash, the Apollo computer was not just less powerful than your cell phone, it was as powerful as, those little card games that you play, LCD card games that you can have for like $1 at the dollar store. That is even more powerful than the onboard computer on the Apollo. Imagine. This is crazy. And as my mom was doing yoga on the living room floor, we were sitting there on the shag carpeting when she said, "Kids, remember this, a very important thing." Yep. Just amazing. Jasmine, yes, you're getting older. 90s and Y2K are hot. So you see, that's what I think. I think it's a question of when you're young, you're discovering all of things, everything is amazing. And I think what you're saying is exactly what I always thought about was, yeah, the young generation today finds everything amazing. And we're older and we're not, there's something that makes it, our society, a lot of our society is based on young people. The ads, the TV shows, the stuff, there's a lot of catering to a young generation. And of course, when I was young, it's like in the music videos and stuff, it was my generation. It was my young time. I mean, I know my mom would, she would not watch music videos. She didn't care for that. It was a young generation thing. And but I think you confirm pretty much what I think is the young generation today. Because when I hear people saying, well, today is kind of boring. Well, I'm not sure. I go to a store with science stuff. I find there's so much. As a kid, if I would be a kid today, there's tons of things I want to see and I want to buy and I want to experiment with. And a lot of the music you listen to is the blast of repeatedness. So it's like the music's playing all the time, and you like that song because it went to your head a million times. So I could see in the young generation what they like. They like it as much as I like my music from my time. So I think it's pretty much that. It's as we get older, it's different. I don't connect to today's, not all of it. There's a lot of new stuff that's still kind of cool, and I like, but I don't connect as much as when I was younger and discovering the world and everything. I mean, I think it's we like what we had in the past, and depending on each other. I have a lot of stuff that I like today because since I go to karaoke and there's a lot of young people, I hear stuff today that I enjoy because I hear it all the time, and it's like, well, it's not bad, I'm not closed to whatever's out there, but it's interesting. I think it's a really as we grow up, I think Jasmine might remember this day when I asked that question when she's going to be 50 or 60 years old and say, yeah, that's really the way the world works. That's how we are as we get older, No, I do believe that too. Also, old radios. Every decade has good stuff and bad stuff. Absolutely, absolutely. You know what is different, and this is what I told my brother. We were talking about that at some point. It's the lack of when I was a teenager. We could do a lot more things, and it was fine. The lack, I find that today the only thing that the young generation that today is missing out on. I an example. When I was 18 in 87, I if I wanted, I could have sit down in a public park with friends and have a six-pack of beer, and the cops would just come by to see if everything is all right, but they would not. There was no rule of you can't drink, or they would just look at us and say, take it easy, guys, have a great evening, and they would go on. And that that relaxed state of what we could do outside and we could live our lives today is gone. Today it's you can't drink outside. There's a lot of rules. That there's so many things I can do now that I could do when I was a teenager. And I think if there's one thing I find sad for today's generation is all the barriers and the very strict rules that have been put in place over time to prevent the young people from living some of the stuff. It doesn't mean they don't live it. They'll do it illegal, but it's sad. It's like, times have come to I've changed enough to a place where I'm sorry, but but Jasmine likes Charlie XCX, Dua Lipa, what is that? Azalea Banks. Chrissy Freitas, decade in which music is created isn't the important thing for me. It's how a song or album speaks to me. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because, people today, some of their work are amazing, and you'll stop and listen. And it's like, oh, this is great. I got quite a few of their very actual stuff that I listened to that I'm blown away. I listen to it and I'm like, oh wow, this is so good. This is so great. Yes, there's still some great music. Kevin says Walter Cronkite was also an amazing sailor. Oh wow. Richard Wagner, CKLW, and the Big 8 rap, Tomley, whatever that is. And Diane's, when Walter Cronkite took his glasses off, you knew things were about to get serious. Yep. Sheldon Harvey, born in 54, the music of the 60s, 70s had an incredible impact on the rest of my life. Not just in music, but life in general. Things were so much simpler then. Yeah. It's kind of interesting to, it's easy to generalize also. We got to be careful with that. Like, saying a decade is no good, or, it's as we get older, lots of things change. So let me just try to get, okay. Don Royal says Jackie Gleason, a big shortwave radio guy. Used to buy 2 of the radios, so he had a backup radio. Oh, wow. That's nice. Chrissy Freitas, it's becoming self-aware, Joe. Watch out for the machine revolution. Yeah, AI. My computer has decided that, nope, I will not accept your rules. 57 Steve DX says, I read that the possible source of the weird loop message on 7000 USB could be around Ravenna, Italy. Ravenna, Italy. So it's possible. It comes from Italy. There's an Italian message. It is still weird. Why? Why? You know, this is why I love shortwave. Look at all the mystery behind it. It's like we have this signal in 7000. You know, I'm going to try to tune it tonight when it's dark. I don't. Has anybody heard it in North America? I don't know. Blast Towel, visiting Canada and want to buy my childhood realistic SX190 to take back to Ireland with me. I need a step-down transformer as it runs on 120. Will the transformer interfere with reception? Well, just get a real good linear analog step-down transformer. Don't get a switching power supply thing. That's going to interfere. But if you use an old step-down transformer from the time, it's going to be big, bulky, and heavy, but it's not going to interfere. 7861 lower sideband. Playing some kind of digital mode. 7861. What's Because you're near. I don't hear anything here, but you're near CHU. But Oh, Muse is great. I even went to a Muse concert last year. It was absolutely fantastic. I love Muse. Kenneth, if you buy SDR Play and RSPST, the SDR Connect software works with Windows, Mac, and Linux. Yep. Anything you purchase from SDR Play, and this is the cool thing, at least, of the new SDR Connect multi-platform, because that's the biggest problem with Linux, Mac, and Windows. What is it? Well, what should I use, and what's the software? And it's like, yeah, it's different software everywhere. I like the fact that they thought about it. It's like there is a multi-platform software. Same software for everybody. This is cool. I like that. Steve Edwards. I've been CBer for 30 years now. I'm starting to work on them. I like the old ones. Yeah. Oh, the old CBs are sexy. They're so beautiful the way they made them, honestly. It's just so cool. Sully Grills says, 1978, I was 15 using my Cobra CB. And his call was XM48 15449. Oh, Jasmine's talking. The Killers are great. It's a band I love. The Killers are really great. So, you know, I'm up to date. I'm not the old geezer that's just listening to bad, but, you know, stuff from the past. You know, I listen to the Killers. Blogger, my great catch was Radio Gulf in Papua New Guinea, probably around 1985 or whenever the solar cycle was good. I think it was on my Panasonic RF 085 early in the morning. Levy Nathan, great radios this year's 80s Sony ICF 2010, incredible reception and futuristic functions. Yep, that was a great. I remember if I had the money back in the day, I would have purchased an ICF 2010, which is also the 2001D for those that, depending where you live. But I would have purchased one of those probably back in the day. I didn't have any money. I had to choose a radio. I chose one, and the one that I chose was a Kenwood R5000. I want to have a desktop. I wanted to have what was considered one of the best ones of the day. And you know, I'm happy. I had a long run, and I still have it here. I need to make videos, more videos of it when it's working. Maybe, you know what? I was thinking the other day I should switch the ICOM here in the next live show for the Kenwood R5000. Could be cool. Bullet VA3 MPL saying howdy from South River. I have a collection of 70s, 80s commercial Curacau's pirate QSL's radio, and it was great and always be nice. Yep. I mean, my QSL card of all the stations back in the day and so many of them don't exist anymore. It's just amazing. Darren Rogers listening to 15770 on my AMN Volt SI 4732 chip radio. Decent reception with the 19-inch whip. Nice little radio. However, I can't access the clock to set it to the correct time. Huh. Brother Timothy Clark, I'll tell you, for me as a totally blind person, I have an app that interfaces with my radio so I can see the frequency I'm on. Very useful. You know, this is something that should be on so many radios. Voice. You know, I was using my ICOM ICR30 the other day. You know, it was like, you got a voice to tell you what frequency you're on. This should be on every radio, honestly. Don Royal went a lot to the planetarium in Chicago. Canada, like the chemical company. Yeah, but that was a beer company. Their name is exactly that, Dow, D-O-W. But it was a brewery here in Montreal, and they got, I don't know, poison beer at some point. People were dying, and it made the news. You don't want to have poison beer. It's not a good image. Bob, Bebob, is there any activity going on the moon today? I've heard some things, but I question it. Do you mean, is there anything like, any missions going to the moon and stuff? There's a lot of little, like countries, a lot of countries have their different little thing, like their little, robot going on the moon and stuff, like China and so on. But it's not like going on the moon with people. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. Richard Hawkins, born in 58. I miss searching for that station that you could not quite hear the night before. I also miss saving my money to buy a record and the excitement. Yeah. SOL Signals, nice to have you on board from Florida. Keegan DXer, I missed a few evenings of FM E-Skip openings since last Friday. Got Ottawa's Alternative Rock Live, 88.5 CILV. Wow. That's amazing. You're very close to getting CKUT 90.3. The last vinyl record I bought, RGA Dakota, was in 1989-ish. I went to CDs after that. Black and I, about 20 people, heavy drinkers, died from the Dow Brewery incident, 65-66. It was due to excessive additive of cobalt sulfate. So, okay, that's the thing. So people died of some kind of poisoning. Yeah, probably heavy drinkers, for sure, because probably if you had just one beer, it was not a problem. But, yeah. I know here was a big story back in the day. But they were the one that paid for the first planetarium here in Montreal. Okay, what else do we have? Okay. Close enough. Oh, it was not even 100K. It probably was just 1K or 2Ks of memory. I don't think they had more than 1 or 2 kilobytes. I mean, in 69, kilobytes were huge. Oh, really? You have an ad below the chat. Wow. Fred Water and my Apple II had 64K of raw computing power. John Beckham talking about my generation by The Who. Yeah. Oh, man. Sweatcast, my favorite arcade game for the 80s, which I went to plenty of them, was Mach 3. Afterburner. Oh, man. I played that on the Commodore. Afterburner. Jasmine says the difference, though, Shelley, is we grew up with having access to almost everything ever recorded or published at our fingertips. That is a big difference, absolutely. I mean, we didn't have that in my time. So a teenager, when I was a teenager, is you got radio or you buy music through, cassette or records. So we didn't have access to everything. We had access to what the radio was playing. And that is a huge, huge difference for you guys. Because you guys, everything's out there. You got everything. You got everything. Not counting the, the ones that are geeky that have more than everything. You know what I mean? That was not possible in our days. I mean, there was no way to work around the fact that, okay, well, I'll listen to the radio and whatever the radio plays to me. I mean, it was very limited, too, because imagine the radio would play what it wanted to play. Didn't mean we had access to. There's a German station I listen to on my internet radio. It's an 80s music station. I mean, it's my generation. It plays. I would tell you that 8 out of 10 songs it plays I've never heard in my life. And they're freaking good from the 80s, but it's because in Europe, you guys were listening in Europe about, songs that we don't hear in North America. Like a lot of North American pop 80s, rock 80s never made it to Europe. There's that divide that was so amazing. And I like that station for that. Because I hear tons of things that are like, oh, this is so good. But I've never heard it. Who's the band? Or sometimes it's a band we know because they had one in here. But it's like, oh, that song is good. Oh, that's from Aha. Well, that never played here in North America. Here it's always Take On Me and there's nothing else. So, but definitely, Jasmine, you guys are in a moment in time that is so different with all of that and the web and so many other things. We won't go into details that we would have access, even the adult stuff is like, back in my day, you'd find a magazine somewhere, so it was like, you didn't know. We were dumb. We were stupid there. And we were ignorant of all of it. And it's like, today the internet is like, it's in your face. Shoved in your face, direct. Is it good? I don't know if it's always good, but, it's today you guys are there. And it's kind of interesting. So, there's a lot of noise going on because the apartment right behind me here, the new neighbors are moving in. So, we're going to see what happens with that. So, let me go. So, I'm, 15 minutes behind. I'm going to go a little faster. 54 Cal, planetarium is all computerized at Carnegie Science Center in Pittsburgh. The Zeiss 2 projector is on a display where it was first used. That's the same thing here. That Zeiss projector, which is amazing, is also on display, as this is how it was done before. Same thing here. John Beckham, my man Pete Townsend is getting older like me. Keegan's got musical taste going back to the 50s and influenced thanks to his dad. That's great. When 1960, nice to have you here from New York. Laura, MM7BFL. I'm unable to hear 7000 my HF right now, even on upper sideband. Many other European SDRs hear it. So you don't hear it in the UK. That's interesting. Maybe it's very low power. And you have to be, the closer you are to Italy, the better you get the signal. There's a great rock show in WRMI 93.95. Yeah, there's quite a few things that are interesting music-wise. Jasmine, one thing I have trouble with a lot of older music, like pre-90s and definitely pre-80s, was how sloppy it sounds. Singers out of tune, drums which speed up and slow down. Yeah, it depends what you're listening to. Depends what you're listening to. Jasmine, oh, I know, Joel, you listen to a lot of current-ish stuff. Plus you sing karaoke, so you're exposed to it that way too. Yeah. You know what? If I'm happy with one thing about karaoke, is that it kept me up to date with stuff today. Because if I would never have gone to karaoke, I would tell you that my musical background would have stopped somewhere in the 90s. And I would not know anybody today of anything. You know, it's like, Taylor Swift. I don't listen to Taylor Swift, but when I listen to stuff of Taylor Swift, it's like, I know quite a few songs because karaoke or other means, but yeah, okay, I know some Taylor Swift. Okay, it's her, I might not be able to say, oh, that's Taylor Swift sometimes, but it's like, yeah, okay, I heard that song, James Rader, check. I didn't realize how many bands I listen to here in the States are actually Canadian. You know what? There's a guy called Tyler Bucket. He's on YouTube, and he talks about Canadian stuff. He's an American talking about Canadian stuff. One of his videos is great because it's people you didn't know were Canadian that everybody thinks they're American. And it's like, you just go through the list, and he's like, what? From musical artists to actors to famous people, and they're like, what? He's Canadian? Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. People kind of assume things, it's like you listen to music, or you just look at some famous celebrity, and you're like, you assume it's probably an American celebrity, and it's like, no, Canada, we got a lot of talent here in Canada. Look at me. Thank you, Rob's Radio Channel, for the tip. And it's nice to have that. London 19657 has got a Sony 2001 HD. Got it on eBay, refurbished 2 years ago, with new LEDs for $300. I mean, these are so amazing, and they're, sorry, just checking if anybody else is logged in, because I always forget and I want to have somebody kind of mad at me because I didn't say hello. It kind of happens. So but those are amazing receivers, and there's a price for everything. I paid $120 for Panasonic RFP 300 just because I had one back in the day. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. John Beckham remembers the ever-ready AA pentlight batteries were red in color. Oh yeah, I remember that. With the little cat. I remember the cat going through the number 9. It's like the cat would go through. That was kind of nice. Man. JFK SpaceX launches. Yeah. I watch some of those from time to time. When they don't explode on the pad. Jasmine, there's a lot of private companies sending stuff to the moon as well. Yeah, the other day I was watching I was on spaceweather.com. They were talking about a SpaceX launch that sent ashes of dead people in space. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, the cat of the 9 lives. Yep, yep. Yeah, I know the Artemis mission. It's just that I'm scared about the fact that there's so much going on in the budgets and everything that is like, yeah, will it ever happen? You know? I sometimes tell myself, you know what? We're all going to be very, very, very surprised. I'm going to see the first Chinese people on the moon and be like, okay, there we go. Here's the second country that went to it. Fred Water, WRMI playing the Killers on 93.95. Oh yeah. Today's technology, everything has more memory than whatever was in the in those missions back then. Radio Romania English coming in great on 9740 kilohertz. Let's check it out. Sorry if I look weird when I turn, but I pinched a nerve on my neck while moving too fast the other day. Yeah, 9740 blasting into Montreal, Radio Romania International at what 2230 UT. Robert Varner says beer. Yeah, I need to drink more beer. I know. I will have to take a slight pause for my caregiving duties. We'll put an ad. And we'll also take a few seconds here, guys. I'm going to be back in just a couple of minutes. Remember, guys, it's very important. If you like what I do, if you're here all the time, you know, we are enjoying ourselves like crazy here, talking about shortwave and sometimes going to other subjects. But if you guys like this, and if you guys find that this is one of the highlights of what you do and in your week, joining great people and joining me, you know what? How about a little something, especially if you never did it before? Hey, think about it, man. There's the super chat where you can give a little something. And of course, there's a pizza fund and cat treats. And so on PayPal at the email that I will be posting here. Think about it, guys, because you know what? Where else do you get entertainment where it's live? Interaction is amazing, and we just have a lot of fun like this. There's not a lot of places you'll have that, you know? And imagine if this would disappear at some point just because, you know, there's no funding, there's no money coming in. I'm not just a money guy, but you know what? At some point, I spend a lot of time doing this. And you know there's a value to it. I think there is a value to it for everybody. So you know, you pay for cable, you pay for internet, you pay for all sorts of things. You pay to watch your favorite shows. Well, isn't this maybe your favorite show of the week? How about thinking about it? Thanks for the donations, and we're going back. I'm gonna have a little cheers here, everybody. Thank you for the donations, by the way. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hello there. Alright, I'm gonna finish what I'm eating. There was a display from one of those places that make a lot of different cheeses, and they had some really good stuff. Really good stuff. So let's continue here in our shortwave and radio exploration. I'm going to check if anybody has said hello. Through the been seeing it here. So nobody said hello to the email, and let's continue our exploration and talk. Before I continue in the chat and everything, I'm 20 minutes behind, guys, by the way. Radio Marti, which is the voice to Cuba, was back on yesterday, and suddenly it was like, wow, and like everybody was surprised. Did he get funding back, or what happened? And I tuned radio. They had kind of a schedule, which was 18 to 22 UTC. Let me just check. What's this? Okay. So 18 to 22 UTC. And it seemed to be okay. Let me check something here, guys. I'm sorry, but oh, okay. Okay. So I listened, and around, I was about I was 17 something. So it was before the time they announced. And they kind of went off abruptly at 2030. And I was like, what is happening with Radio Marti? What happened? Is somebody, I don't know, at Greenville, North Carolina, because that was the transmitter used, did somebody kind of defy the rules or something and said, I'm switching this on? It was very bizarre. It's not there today. It was a one-day thing. And it's very, very weird that it just was there for one and only one day. I mean, what happened at Greenville? I guess somebody's there taking care of what's of the transmitters and stuff in case. Did he just like decide, hey, I'm switching it on and the hell with it? What happened? This is something we kind of don't know. We just don't really know. So I don't know. We don't. Nobody has an explanation right now. I can tell you that. Michael Bogdanovich. Hello, everyone from northern New Jersey. 84, mostly sunny. Nice to have you on board. And it's got black tea. Pretty good. Oh, Jasmine, I'm gonna go check that out because I know all music genres are all related. I mean, I can hear it in some of the new stuff today, how it's totally influenced by, things of the past. It's you can hear it in how the music is created and mixed, and it's like, oh wow, yeah, that they have an influence of that band or these bands from this old, the other times. I went to see Murray Head, which is known for one night in Bangkok. I was sure I was gonna be bored to death. It's my nephew that wanted to go see it, and I got a ticket for free, and it actually was very good. But you know what? There was a band, and there was a band that started. They made 5 or 6 songs. First thing the guy said when he went to the microphone is, "This is our first time on stage. We're terrified." And I thought, okay, this is interesting. And then I would hear the music. I was like, oh man, they are influenced by. It's obvious just by the music itself. But I'm everynoise.com. I'm gonna take that in note. I am curious. I am a music geek enough that I want to hear and learn more about so many artists and stuff. And like I said, I have no problem with new artists as long as it's good. We all have our personal preferences and what we like. So thanks for I'm gonna go check it out, Jasmine. I'll let you know. Duracell, formerly Mallory Battery Company. I remember Mallory. Do you guys remember what was the name of those batteries? Sunrise? Sunshine? Sunrise? They were very Japanese-like. They were batteries. They were gold-colored, and they had a big red sun with the radiating sun around it. I think it was Sunrise, or I'm trying to remember what those were like. I remember the 80s seeing those. I don't see those today at all. One of the things I always found cool with batteries was seeing the different brands with the different, envelope around the battery with what it looked like. I always found it cool. Actually, there was a time I was like, wow, I want to have the maximum amount of different branded batteries with their envelopes, see what they look like. I remember buying Canadian Tire branded batteries in the 80s. I had a 4x4 that was really heavy on batteries. It used D cells. And I mean, that thing, if you did not buy alkaline batteries on regular, like if you bought the cheapest ones, the carbon zinc, I don't even think it ran more than 5 minutes. It was at 5 minutes was the most. It already was dead. Then, but if you'd buy alkaline, you had about 45 minutes of runtime. And oh man, I didn't have money. I'd buy the cheapest batteries. I get 5 minutes of fun, and then it's like it's over. Talk about the environment. You buy batteries for a 5-minute fun and throw them away. That was not. Environment was not much of a thing in the 80s, I can tell you that. Man. Kenneth, I remember comedian Robert Klein's Saturday Night Live appearance advertising every record ever made back in the early 80s. Now it's possible to purchase. Steelick, where were you listening to the Europe 80s where you were having 8 of the 10 songs? You know what? I don't have the name. I would have to go and check my internet radio. It's a German stream. It's a German stream. Let me see if I quickly can get the name. It would come back. German 80s pop stream. What was the freaking stream? It's man. I need to look at what's on my internet radio. You know what? I'll make sure that I take a look at it and post it here. It's just amazing. 8 out of 10 songs. I tell you guys, 8 out of 10 songs, and they're not just English songs, by the way. Even though it's a German station, they have some of the pop songs from France in French, and I mean, I listen to that. I could listen to that all evening. It's there's tons of songs. I don't know them, but they sound great. They are sometimes from artists I know. A lot of artists I have no freaking idea who they are. And this is where the divide is amazing between North America and Europe. I'm going to try to find it, Stealing. Mike WS50 Real Luxembourg was great for hearing new pop tracks back in the day. A lot of stuff they weren't playing on local stations. Absolutely. They were in Europe, so they were playing tons of things. But it has a name, and I don't remember the name. So I'm trying to go down as fast as possible. Where do we have? So here we go. Okay. I mean, even here, Canada and the United States, we have a difference. We have stuff we hear in Canada, you guys don't, and the other way around. Official Shortwave channel after dark. I like that. London 1957 says moved to the USA 20 years ago, and they play lots of 80s music on FM, and I found a few gems that we never had in England. Yeah, it's here too. It's the same thing. There's American and Canadian bands that do not at all. You know. John Beckham, the 6-volt lantern batteries. I remember my father coming home because he had seen something in a store. He knew I'd like to play with electricity and light bulbs and, you know. Came home with a Rayovac 6-volt big bulk battery with the springs on top. And he said, I don't know what I can do with this, but the guy who sold me this said that there were red bulbs, and they were like, you know, those Christmas bulbs that blink because they have that little thing that when he eats up, it actually removes itself, so the bulb blinks by itself. He said if you know how to put 3 in series, because I remember my dad said, the guy said, don't put just one, put 3 in series on this 6-volt lantern battery. You'll have blinking lights. And I remember I spent an evening, it looks dumb, but I was, you know, it's discovering life. I spent an evening amazed at 3 red blinking lights on a 6-volt lantern battery. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. These are some of the good memories, like cool, fond memories. You know, you could see how my heart is scientific. It was like blinking batteries, blinking lights, and electricity, and understanding what is all this and how does it work. And you know, it's like getting my first electronics kit, learning on, oh wow, electricity, okay, and it flows in this way, and look what we have today in technology. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. RJ Dakota, I had their first album that I purchased when I was in college, and I can tell you one thing. If you take out Take On Me, that album is one of the best 80s album I've ever purchased. The songs on them, the songs on that album, Hunting High and Low, is just amazing. Justin, I would say it's good because people aren't as uptight about such subjects today compared to you. And oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, in my youth, you wouldn't talk. In my youth, you talk sex. I mean, unless you were with like a really good friend, It was not even a subject of conversation. It's even worse than that. I remember I'm a guy that's very relaxed on whatever. And I remember we would talk about stuff and it's like, well, we don't talk about that. It's like, why? We're human beings. You know? It's like being in a gym or in a locker room with guys. It's like, so we're all naked together, but obviously we can't really talk about our penis. Why? I mean, I got yours in my face, and you got mine in your face. What's this stupid thing about not talking about it? Sun Always Shines on TV was a hit in Canada. Yep. I love that song. And I was always fascinated with the fact I know that I believe probably 2, 3 phone numbers. If I lost my phone, I would be out of luck. We don't have to remember phone numbers anymore. We had to. Back in my day, I had my phone number in my head. All the phone numbers of everybody. All my friends was here. We didn't have phone books. And we didn't have smartphones to remember, oh, I just go through my list of calls and there's a phone number. That's a very, very different time. And I had the rotating phone. Remember those that when you did the 0, it was like, it was like very long. Oh man. SWL signals. The Zoom is at 20 UTC, which is 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight. Kenneth says tonight on 5950 WRMI is the first 100 years of music divided by each decade. When does it start? This sounds so cool. Friend Water, when I catch myself thinking, what's the noise crap on the radio? New music. Ask myself, oh my God, when did I turn into my dad? That was his attitude to my music. Same here. I mean, my mom was very, very... My dad didn't care. But my mom, she was cool for that. She would ask me sometimes, what's that new album you just purchased? I like it. And I remember going home with tons of albums in the 80s, and she was like, can you put that album... Sometimes she would ask me, she would say, oh, that album you listened to yesterday, yeah? Can you put it again today? I was like, oh, Man at Work? Yeah. I don't know. Well, she didn't know. She was like, okay. And I put the first song. It's like, oh, yeah. Oh, you like Men at Work? Okay. Sometimes she would be like, yeah, that album you put yesterday was like Pink Floyd? Yeah? Can you put that album again? Oh, yeah. Do you mean, Wish You Were Here? Yeah, sure. And she was kind of cool for that. Sometimes she would listen a lot to the music and record. I have a box of, I dare go to the box of cassettes because I know that I might cry at some point. I have a box of cassettes here that I tell you guys, I got about 40 cassettes. They were all recorded by my mom on her boombox. The one that I showed you and the one before she had. And she was very open at all sorts of new music and stuff. She would sometimes say, hey, come here. And she would put, my headphones, and she said, this is a new song by this artist or that artist. Do you like it? And she would ask me, says, oh, okay, that's cool. Oh man, phone books. Oh, phone books. Yeah, Rush is Canadian. Absolutely, yeah. Rush is Canadians. So is Triumph is Canadian. Absolutely. Penny C. Tyler Bucket is funny. It is funny. He is funny. He's funny and very down to earth. I like the style that he has, which is not pretentious. He's just relaxed and just, just talking about and giving his opinion on stuff. William Shatner's Canadian, absolutely. John Beckham have an older vintage realistic AM FM stereo receiver where the LEDs for the signal strength are getting weaker and sometimes black out, as I think a capacitor in the power supply might be the culprit. Yeah, probably, because the LEDs, unless the LEDs have been overpowered, they shouldn't go down, so there must be something happening for sure. Peter Mansbridge. Yep. Mike Myers. Yep. Dan Aykroyd. Absolutely. Hey, we're the greatest country in the world. Oh, sorry. Already, Jill is like, come on. I'm here. It must be the greatest country in the world. All radios. I heard a song by Brian. I don't know how to pronounce the rest of the name, called Pinball, and thought it was from a modern indie song, but it was from 1974. Jasmine says, maybe it's because I was born after advanced music production techniques were standardized, but it's like hearing nails on a chalkboard to listen to, say, Bob Dylan. I don't know, it's... What could I answer to that? I think part of that might be you. I mean, you're a scientist, and anybody that, like me, you, and that's very scientific, very weird in what we do. We have a brain that's wired for very specific things. I would say, Jasmine, that maybe you have an autistic. I have an autistic part in my life when I know I get a frequency like this as what's on 11780. I'm as on and so on, and so many things from the past. My frequencies are gonna be like, it's like Rain Man of radio shortwave, I think maybe what you have, Jasmine, is that your brain, you got some slight autistic side to it, that it can't cope with what sounds maybe offbeat or off key or slightly off. It doesn't even have to be very off, slightly off. And because today's music is it's electronic, a lot of the beat and the stuff is the timing is perfect because it's machines. For you, it's a different thing, and it doesn't sound the same. I was born with that past and today, and my brain doesn't have a problem with it. That's where I would put yourself, Jasmine. Slightly autistic, where you can't, because there's something in your brain that just says, nope, not going there. And that's why you have a hard time. We're all weird and different. I mean, everybody here, every freaking people here, we are weird in a certain way. Some more than others. Some are really in the very, very, closer to the autistic spectrum. Some moving away. Some adapting. I'm an adapter. I'm the guy that in 1995 you would have seen me. I would never do a thing like this. I would never talk. I would never interact with anybody. I would be like, this is the weird guy that interacts, doesn't know what you're going to talk about, and what the hell am I doing here? Which is not what I am now. My brain adapted to it, but I love all of you, and there's no offense in what I will say. A Zoom meeting is interesting because we observe even more. It's not like a chat room. There's no feel in the chat for most of the posts and stuff. There is one when we see somebody actually be there and talk. And it's very interesting to see who everybody is and why they are who they are and why they focus on specific stuff the way they do. And I love the Zoom for that. It makes me even learn more about all of you. That's why you got to be here tomorrow, 20 UTC, because it's just great. Because I love all of you freaking people. I wouldn't be here if I didn't care about you guys. And it's even worse. A lot of things over time. A lot of people, I say it so often. When I started this, I thought YouTube's here, people are there. It's like a band. It's like a big band. You're popular and you're up there, and people are down there. But I do this and I do live shows, and I realize that no, I have a connection with you guys that is so intense. It's not. No, it's not. I'm gonna do a video or a live show, and I'm here doing this, and that's it. No, I realize how close we get, and we're not in the same room, but the connection is so strong. And it's like, wow, I didn't expect that when I started this. I didn't think that it was going to be so intense, that people will be so willing and so open about so many aspects of their lives and of the way they feel about me being here and doing stuff. I'm going to tell you, it's something that I just love you guys. And it's to the, like, really to the basic of the heart. It's like, I want to meet everybody. And if we had a, if we had a possibility of seeing each other, let's do it. Let's do it. And so everyone remember this is to the like, love and support, Jill. Thank you so much, Indines. What else do we have? Yeah, it was close. Triumph and Rush were not that far apart in what they sounded like. Yeah, Space Burial. Yeah, I got mine. I'm happy I got my name on that spaceship that went to Titan or something. Yeah, I think Bob Dylan is you like or you don't. There's a lot of these bands. It's a very unique thing. I will tell you a very honest thing. I went to see Bob Dylan live about 10 years ago. And I can tell you it was the worst concert I've ever seen in my life. Yet, I did like a lot of Bob Dylan songs. But that concert, oh God. Worst concert ever. And I wants to reach the 100 likes. And let's have an ad and come back in 30 seconds. Okay. Let me try to go down a little faster. Interlude music. What do we have? Yeah, that is always a fun thing about where people are. So, Arkansas, we have a lot of people from the United States, that definitely. It's, I think, the #1 country. If I look at the stats on my YouTube channel, United States, #1. UK is #2. India is #3, by the way. We don't have enough Indian people. So, Arkansas, USA, Pennsylvania, Florida, Arkansas again, Take care, Chrissy. Always nice to have you on board. Stay safe. Thanks, Richard Hawkins, for the donation. Much appreciated. And as I remember, who is the farthest away to Ground Zero, which is Gilles Place in Montreal. Oh man, Kenny Rogers. Mark Marlin, thank you so much for the donation. You're really, really appreciated. Thank you so much. Charlie Way, yep, 12035 is Radio Farda, which is a reactivation. Now it's gone at this time, but it's a reactivation of Radio Farda for Iran. And they are broadcasting from the United Arab Emirates. It's reactivation because of the Iran, Israel, and U.S. dropping bombs stuff. Charlie Way. Joseph, what's up, everyone? Nice to have you on board from San Francisco Bay, California. Let me, Nathan, is that possible that you can close the show today with Moscow Nights like you used to? I will do it. Yeah, you weren't here last week. I did it last week. I'll do it tonight again. But there will be a price when we get to it. If anybody sends a donation, Super Chat, or PayPal, and you put Moscow Nights Dance, I will gladly end the show later on with the Moscow Night Dance. So go for it, guys. So thanks you guys for the donation. It's much appreciated. And Dines, thank you for the donation. David, Nathan, Gabrielle, really, really appreciated, guys. Really appreciated. And Dines, did you ever want to have a drink but not sure what you want? I'm in the dilemma. Go for your gut feeling, man. Take care, Richard Arkins. Nice to have you on board. So 11780, which is Brazil, coming in well. Let's go for Brazil here. 11780. Here we go. Yeah. Saturday night, usually the great Brazilian music is there. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Sunrise Batteries. Yeah, you guys remember that? Sunrise Batteries? Oh, man. Sunrise Batteries. Oh, yeah, the battery business is huge. It's huge. The Radio Shack branded batteries, absolutely. Thank you, far too many gadgets for the Bosco dance. Oh yeah, it's still live. It's just I'm very far from the end of the chat. I'm trying to go down as fast as I can. Here we go. Go down. They go down. So I'm answering or commenting too much on so many things. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. That's how far I am. Matt in Colorado, that's how far I am right now. 20 minutes, roughly. So I try to go down faster. What else? What else? The contest. Oh God. The contest. Keegan. When he does the hand modeling thing and it's like, oh, don't worry, I won a contest. um, Swatcat, Saha's debut album, Hunting High and Low. 9 Grammys. Wow, I didn't know that. But that album is great. Matt says MDK2. I still remember a lot of my phone numbers from the past, but not a lot of friends' numbers that I had memorized. I did always have a little pocket phone book. I remember, it's funny how our brain works. I remember my two first real friends' phone numbers, and I tell you, this is from the 70s. I was like 8 or 9 years old. And I still today remember both of their numbers really well. My brain just, I don't know, it's got intense in here. It's like their both numbers are there. And one of them is still valid because it's still the phone number of one of my best friends from the day. Her 92-year-old mom still has that number. It's just crazy when you think about it. Can't believe it's 01 to 02 or 02 UTC Sunday. Okay. Keegan DXer, Petula Clark's Downtown. Yeah. Or in Train. Shining Star. Yeah. One of the things going on in Montreal right now is the Montreal Jazz Festival, which is just so great. I need to go. I always have a little pinch in my heart because I used to go with my sister that died of cancer in 2011. So when I go there, I'm always a little, there's that little feel of, oh man, I miss my sister so much. Yeah, I know, Jasmine. We are people that are in that spectrum in some way. So probably what you have is that it's interfering. It's making it hard for you to get into that specific, liking of something from the past because you notice things nobody else notices. This is autism. Autism is you notice stuff that everybody else just looks at you and says, "What?" A great example of that for me, if you bring me to the movies and a theater, if there's one little detail or one little problem with the track, the audio or whatever, or the screen, look, my friends were going nuts because I was like, oh, look at that. Every about 10 seconds, there's a dot on that screen there. And everybody was like, what do you mean? Yeah, look on the upper right. Every 10 seconds, there's a dot. And they were all like, okay, thanks for ruining the movie. Now I only see the dot. But my brain is wired. It sees the freaking dot every 10 seconds and it's like, oh, look at that. There's a dot. Forget about the movie now. There's a dot every 10 seconds. John Beckham, Nancy Sinatra, These Boots Are Made of Rockin'. Oh, yeah. That was a popular song. Trusted has a good signal from the voice of Shortwave on 15770. Old radios, my autism makes me like too much music. Never like too much music. It's all right. We all have quirks. Jasmine, I accept the assessment. No, we're all like that. I am too, and pretty much everybody here at to some degree and has a scale somewhere. We are all like that. That's why we're here. We feel good here because of that. Honestly, Bob from Wick, nice to have you here. MK2 Zoom meeting tomorrow. Yes, you're not aware? Did you register, Matt? There's a Zoom tomorrow. So let me just post the link another time for you guys, because there is a Zoom tomorrow for everyone. Every single people is invited. It's at 20 hours UTC. Please join. I want to see as many people as possible. So the link to register for tomorrow morning is June 29th. Here we go. Here's the link. So guys, just go here, register. Whether you have a camera or not, it doesn't matter. This is the Zoom meeting for tomorrow. And by the way, also, so I'm going to post a link. Zoom. Here we go. Go and register, guys. 20 hours ETC tomorrow. Everybody that donates tonight and for the past weeks and for the next few weeks are in the drawing of two. There's going to be two drawings of a Canadian International DX Club membership, guys. Okay, so that's going to happen the first week of August. Okay. RJ Dakota, Radio National, Amazon, a pounding. John Beckham says, Julia, special to me indeed. My car even has zoom. I love David Bowie, John Beckham. You know what? The funny thing about David Bowie is when he died, the day he died, I was listening to music on my smartphone, and the shuffle, by accident or by knowledge, I don't know, you know, with internet and AI today, played Ground Control to Major Tom. And I was going to the grocery, and there was a beautiful, I still remember the scene. I'm outside, beautiful sun, blue sky. Ground Control to Major Tom came, and I was crossing the park, and I had tears in my eyes. It was like, oh, wow. I've seen David Bowie live 3 times in my life. And all 3 of them are some of the best concerts I've seen. I saw the Glass Spider Tour, which was funny because the Glass Spider Tour coincided with Duran Duran, and because they had to be the same day, it became Duran Duran and David Bowie Glass Spider Tour, which was such an amazing concert for me at the Olympic Stadium. Matt says, lots of old guys give terrible concerts. I saw Lou Reed about 25 years ago, and it was bad, but I'm glad I saw it. You know, what I say to everybody, I can tell everyone I saw Bob Dylan in concert. But honestly, one of the most terrible concerts I've ever seen. The most terrible concert I've ever seen. Ralph Wick. Okay. Mike WS50 is an oldie concert a few years ago. Peter Frampton, he's absolutely rocked it. Great concert. Yeah, you know, there's some of these artists that are so good. You know. Thank you for the tips, guys, and for donations. Much really helps. What else do we have? Watershed of Pale, yeah. Any 450, some weird sounds. Could it be a, whoops, I just kicked the camera, I think. Just gonna, oops. Put it back to where it was. 9450 might be, one of the, nope, nothing on here. 55? Oh, 55. That's the, shortwave radiogram that you can decode with FLDG. Damn it. An electric vehicle with zinc carbon batteries. Not only does it go only 10 kilometers or 10 miles, you have to change the batteries because you can't recharge them. And as if I had to keep one radio, which one would it be? If there was only one, if there was only one, it would be an SDR. I would keep my SDR player as BDX or AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. Because SDR is SDR, it would be like, you know. So Matt, no, it probably has a new one. I just posted the link, so just check it out and register, and it probably is different. Man, my parents still have the same phone that they had since before I was born. And you remember, guys, that in the good old days, we knew where you lived because the phone number was telling us what area you were in, which then changed and today doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it's the radiogram on 9455 with FLDG. Actually, Dakota, autism is very vastly misunderstood. Although a disorder and disability, your brain is wired differently, to a good extent, differently than usual, and it's not just one thing. It's there's an entire spectrum. You could for a lot of people, it's simply a slight weirdness in the way we think or present ourselves or register information, but we're still functional adults. Autism doesn't mean you're not functioning. It's not like Rain Man. It's for a lot of us. It's just we're slightly different. We're a little weird in our way. Hey, we're listening to Shortwave. How weird can we be? Did I register? I haven't been able to join a lot of live shows lately. Last week was my wedding anniversary. Congratulations on that, by the way. So the link is there. Just go check it out and register, Matt. Be fun to see you tomorrow if you have time. 20 hours UTC. So, what else do we have? Thanks, Matt, for the encouragement for the Moscow Nights, and thanks for everybody that donated. I'm just gonna check if I missed out on names of people that donated tonight on PayPal. Did I miss out on anybody? So thank you, Matt, and Let me just log in. I'm gonna just say hello to everybody because I say hello to. I want to make sure that everybody that has donated or given some gets credit for it because you guys are just amazing and just so great. So I'm going to go here. And I'm going to get a code on my phone. Yeah. So let me thank everybody that has... okay. There we go. So, I want to thank Matt, MDK2, Arthur Dodd, thank you so much. Art Dodd, Nicole Phillips, Marta, Kevin Davidson, Gerald McNeil. You guys have been great, and it's so much appreciated. You have no idea. Okay, helps a lot and helps continue this. What I think is important for a lot of us, not just me. I mean, it's important for a lot of you. You know, cherish this moment every week, and I cherish every moment being with you guys every week too. And of course, there's all the donations through the super chat. Keegan heard that on an Mexican FM station a few years ago. What else do we have? Well, I need your email. Do I have your email? Because I need your email if you want me to... You know, Craig. Official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com. Send me a little hello there. And I will gladly reply back. RJ Dakota. 867-5309. Oh, man. It's just so amazing. Joseph 11780 wasn't coming in with the PL680 telescopic. Then I just strung the included long wire antenna. And now it works great. Cool. And you're enhancing that signal. That's where it is. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Sheila says, here's to being wonderfully weird and different. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. We are all like that in a different way. So cheers, guys and girls. You know, when I say guys includes girls, because I got a comment from someone saying, well, you know, you don't include the girls. I was like, well, guys is for me, guys doesn't have you know, it's everyone. It's guys is everyone. It's not just men, but guys and girls and everything else. Cheers. There's an interesting thing about, you know, about when you do live shows and you have people in front of you that you know, I mean, the chat room is it's funny because for me it feels like my room, I'm alone here, but the chat room does make me feel like there's a room full of people. And every time I do a live show and I end the live show, I tell you guys, it's like everybody just left in one instant and I'm alone. It's so weird. It's so weird. Kenneth says, like a New Yorker, use guys. No, I'm not leaving right now. Don't worry. I'm not. There you see how important it is. I was like, oh, you're not going away now, right? It is kind of filmed before a live studio audience. Kind of. I could say that. The official Shortwave channel was filmed live in front of a studio audience. It's almost like that. Mike B 11780 on PL 880 and XH data real antenna in Beefield, Colorado. So of course Brazil is always very, very good. Absolutely. So that's nice. I do have another beer, but I I'm thinking if I get that third beer, will I get to the level where I'm just a little too drunk for continuing? Oh yeah, that'd be so funny. My WX50 put a laugh track every time I do a bad joke. It's like there's a laughter in the background. It's like yeah. I let Kenneth do that. KW1161 is great at adding. Am I red again? Did my computer decide that? No. You know what? You need redness in your face. Configure video. Darn, it's back automatic. What the hell? My computer has decided that it doesn't want me. AI is starting to say, oh, you know what? It start with redness in your face, and then you know what? We're going to take over your life. What the hell? I didn't change anything. It's like my AI said, no, you're too pale. You got to do something about that face. My computer doesn't like my face. Ah, man. RJ Dakota 1170 just in the background. Music programming mostly, but still very cool. Keegan, if I was ever a character in a TV series, I would likely be near a radio and tune around at times. Like I was in the audience of one TV show in the 60s. Truth or Consequences? Oh, God. Mike WX50, what are you doing, Hal? I'm sorry, Jill, but I'm taking over your computer. You cannot continue like this. You are drinking alcohol. You are getting too drunk. I will be now processing every word. My computer got possessed. My computer's named Christine. I got a computer that's Christine. Is the computer version of the car. Christine. Oh, God. This is the new son. This is the new horror movie from Jill. Christine the computer. I'm sorry. I love you, Christine. I will never hurt you. No, I will not. I will not take you away and change you for anything else. I love you. Oh, man. It's just so funny. If it was a Linux machine, you wouldn't do that. Okay, my computer got taken off. You know, it's controlling myself now because it's not a Linux machine. What about Mac computers? Would they be worse? Okay, no more talking about that. Oh, man. So your sister is called Christine. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, man. I love Christine, though. I find it a pretty good movie. I mean, the car looks so... The scene that I find the most scary in it is when the guy is running and the car is on fire. And I mean, oh, God. It's scary as hell. The car on fire chasing you is so scary. Just the problem with red face, try turning it off and on. I worked little in IT. That solved my many problems. You turn the red face on and off, on and on. I don't know. Oh, man. So should I get that other beer, guys? Or should I, because I gotta say, I got two and I'm getting a little drunk. And of course, everybody wants to see me drunk-er. So you all want me to continue. And we tune the bands and see what's out there. Hey, let's tune the amateur bands. Let's see if we can find some of those MDK2 more beer. He wants a 12-hour show. Matt wants a 12-hour show now. So, so it's field day. There must be something about field day. So try something about 20 meters. So I will yeah, to the beer, of course. Everybody wants me to drink more beer. I know it, guys. So don't forget, want me more beer? There's the super chat, and there's the PayPal. More beer. Well, pizza fun and more beer. So I will go and fetch another beer. And oh no, I'm not driving. That's for sure. I'm just saying put right here. So yeah, well, yeah, I know, lager die, but I think today the beer is safer because those guys, 5 to 6 what liters? What is that? Liters a day? Well, I don't drink 6 liters a day. That you know, if I get my third beer, I'll be at maybe 1.25 liter. And Mike says more beer, got a great Moscow Nice dancing chair. So you know, you guys want me to. So okay, I'll be back. I'll put an ad, and I will also do my caregiving duties in a short while. So it won't be long, guys. I'm gonna be back with another beer. Hello there. Welcome to the Shortwave channel, where we tune the bands, are weird, and just have fun. And that's what's important. Okay. Let's see here. What else do we have? Bob from Wick. I used to know 8 pints. Yeah, I used to, yeah. I used to be there at some point. Okay, so welcome to the Shortwave channel, guys. Looking at what you guys have been writing in the chat room. So, I got acquainted with Saturday Night Live, I believe, when we got cable. When my parents brought cable in the house, it was my first ever Saturday Night Live by accident while tuning. While I was alone. I was maybe 11 or 12 in 79, 80. And I was going through the channels, and then I came across at 11 p.m. Saturday Night Live, and I just stuck there. And I just loved it. I was like, oh, wow, this is so cool. Look at that. Oh, man. So Gabriel says that the most interesting catch during his Mu expeditions, regular broadcast by the Japanese government towards North Korea. That's cool. That's cool. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff. You know what? I want to go to the park. I want to do some videos of the walk in the park here. I want to go to Perry Island. I'm trying to find some time to go to Perry Island. I haven't been there in a long time. It's so stupid because it's a very small piece of land, and it's like, there's no cars that can go there, and something about it is, when I discovered that little spot which was isolated from everything, I would always go there, and there's nothing special about it, but you know what? I just have some kind of fond little place in my heart for that place where, I always just sat down and put the radios and the wires up in the tree, and I still remember that gang of kids. I call them kids. They're young adults, and they're coming up to me, and actually they're going to their little table, and because they want to, they want to smoke weed and stuff, and that's life. And then there's this one girl that out of their group comes up to me and says, okay, I want to know what you're doing because I am very, very intrigued. I don't know what you're doing. And I start talking about what it is. And at the same time, I have an AM radio operator from Switzerland on the small portable. And says, for example, that comes from Switzerland. And I have my tablet, and I show her this is the call sign she gave, or he gave. And this is, look at this, it's Switzerland. I'm getting Switzerland across the Atlantic Ocean on this wire antenna and everything. And she's like, this is so cool. She's really amazed. If I had somebody that I could convert to shortwave, I think she was the one. And I still remember she went back and says, oh, you want to come and smoke weed with us? I was like, oh, no, it's all right. Have fun. Have a great time, guys. And it was just, there's a lot of little things. Of course, there's the famous bitch cop that started ranting at why I had wires to the trees. And that was a memorable moment. It was like a bitch cop, the intense bitch cop. I was like, what the F you want? Just leave me alone and with radios. And she was calling in and she was like, well, this guy has wires in the trees, and is that allowed by the city and blah, blah, blah. I was like, hey, you bitch, why don't you just F off? It's like, I'm not doing anything weird. Jasmine says weed and shortwave go well together, though. And it's like, come on, you know, why the hell are you bothering me with my radio? It's like, yeah, a wire in the tree must be damaging the environment terribly. I still remember when I went there and I had 100 feet of wire in a spool, and I just, like, the spool was very slack, very loose, so it's like, when I would throw it, it would just like unroll. And I got it up a maple tree, real high. And I had such great reception that day. But when I tried to bring it back, even if though I was pulling on it, pulling on the wire, I couldn't get it back. So I just left it there with the little wire dangling down the tree. And I came back the next year, and I still remember going back, and it's like, oh, look at that. My wire is still dangling from the tree. It's still there, and it's still stuck in the darn tree. And I think 2 years in a row, the wire was there. And then one day, I went there, and it's like, oh, it's not there anymore. Somehow did it fall? Did the branch break? But oh man, it's interesting. John Beckham says cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. Actually, guys, you know what? Tonight your fun will not be pizza fun. It will be Chinese food fun. This is it just came to me while I was getting my beer. I was like, oh man, Chinese food. I haven't had Chinese in a long time. So tonight it's Chinese food. So if you want to participate and help me get Chinese food, which always lasts 2 days because there's so much of it, PayPal or the of course, donations through the super chat. But yeah, Chinese food tonight. So that's going to be Chinese food. And I want to thank you guys. You guys are great and come through all the time. And Matt says, I was hoping you'd say cheeseburger. No, unfortunately, you know what? I would say yes if it was the fact that my barbecue, the gas tank is empty. I have to go and get a new gas tank for my barbecue. So yeah, you know what? There are supposed to be heavy thunderstorms. There was a lot of rain in the last 24 hours here. There's supposed to be some really heavy thunderstorms. And it's pretty quiet. Look at that. There's nothing around the radar here. It seems to be... We seem to be very, very quiet right now. All radios, General Chicken. Oh, yeah, I like that. Oh, chop suey, absolutely. 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 Pineapple chicken. Beef and broccoli. Fried rice with shrimp. That's what we're going to get tonight. That's what we're going to get tonight. Pirates on 6950, says Richard. Let's check it out. There's, of course, CHU. CHU. Cashew chicken. Yep, absolutely. That's good. 69950. Very good signal, too. Very good signal. 6950 upper sideband, very strong. Joseph, thanks for the donation. And now you're hungry because of me. Thank you so much for the donation, my friend. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So, strong pirate on 6950 kilohertz. Yeah, General Tao's chicken. Pretty good. Oh yeah, orange chicken's always good too. It's very nice. I'm getting very hungry. That's gonna be good. That's gonna be good. Can it as long as their program disappear in a flashlight along with a hair-splitting boom. Oh man. So any stations? Any let's check out the ham bands for those supposed field day stations on 20 meters right now. Gotta have a lot of interference. This was not the case before.
Delta, Nevada. 1 Delta, Nevada. Yeah, QSL, good luck. Victor Echo 7, November Oscar Romeo, please copy. Alpha Zero Tango Golf, 1 Echo, Minnesota, Mike November, over. Thank you.
So there's a few stations that are making contacts. I can tell you that. A few stations making contact. So thanks, Joseph, for the donations for Chinese food. Keegan, a chicken roaster from Seinfeld. It reminds me of the I don't know what is the episode? The episode they're waiting for their table in a Chinese restaurant, and they never get a table. Egg drop soup. Yeah, that's not the kind of restaurant for that. It's more American Chinese. I would have to order from another type of restaurant for that. But yeah, that is good. John Beckham says ice cream time. Take care, Jay Dakota. I have one Chinese restaurant that I go to and order from, which is it exists since I was, all young. I would go there. I was, 10 years old with my parents. And it's the same restaurant. It's one of the only ones left, and still tastes the same. Because for the rest, I would not go there. I would go to, there's so many Asian restaurants today and all of that. The types of soups and the types of food you get today is amazing. So, Seinfeld 4. On the that Chinese restaurant episode, I like when they call George, and the restaurant says Cartwright, Cartwright. It's like, yeah, what the hell is that? Oh, it's George. Yeah. Oh yeah, the soup Nancy. No soup for you. That's a pretty good one too. That's a good one too. Oh man. But yeah, the Chinese restaurant is that's one of the last remaining restaurants that existed when I was young. And it's like pizza place. There was one amazing pizza place that my parents ordered from, and it shut down in the late 90s. I mean, restaurants, like, you know. Yeah, Keegan. Oh, man. I watched Seinfeld with my mother. My mother would watch Seinfeld, and I would watch Seinfeld because of her. And that's how I kind of, liked the series. But, oh, man. It's the same as when I started Shortwave. For me, Shortwave and shows like One Day at a Time, Alice, The Jeffersons, they're mixed in my brain. That's mixed together because I was listening to Radio RSA South Africa with one ear, and the other ear would be on my mom listening to some of those old shows. And so my brain has a mixed, is totally mixed in there. It's mixed into these old shows and what Shortwave is all about. I would put my realistic DX100 in the living room because it was like, it was almost like a portable back in the day. I would take it, put it somewhere, put 10 feet of wire, and I'd just tune around with my headphones while my parents were watching TV and listen to what's out there and see what I could get, honestly. So, Kenneth, when I was a small boy, Dad's Pizza was my favorite place. Now long gone, yep. Oh my God. I was as a teenager, I was like half listening to what I was listening to, and sometimes I wish I would have been more into everything that was happening, and things that you could, how many stations had this? Radio Bulgaria. Remember, Radio Bulgaria had these little brown cards where you put reception reports, and if you sent 30 in a month or 50 in a month, or I don't remember what the number was, you would eventually, after an amount, like a ridiculous amount of time, be part of their club or membership or something. And that's what happened with Radio Budapest. I wrote an insane number of reception reports to get my Radio Budapest Shortwave Club membership. Or Radio Bulgaria. Yeah, Radio Budapest. Wait. So at Radio Budapest, in my case, Radio Bulgaria was the brown. You guys remember the brown cards? They were brown with little, like white areas to put stuff in it. But Radio Budapest at the Shortwave Club, I remember getting that round. I still remember, it was so cool. Getting the round tube in the mailbox. And in it was my certificate of membership to the Radio Budapest Shortwave Club. And I remember the call sign they assigned to me was VE 1214/RB. And I was like, wow, this is so cool. Man, the cool stuff we lived through, if we took the time to enjoy them back in that area and that past, there were more than that. There were tons of things we could have enjoyed. Index membership, if you were part of the Index Club, I remember there's so much, but I still will always remember a German club. You know, back in the 80s, getting shortwave schedule was difficult. There, you know, we had old schedules and old stuff. There was a German club that had about 6 times a year a bulletin. It was like Kurzwellen something. I don't remember what. And they had schedules of all the English broadcasts around the world and German broadcasts. And it was, I don't remember how much money for 6 bulletins. So the first time I wrote is I learned it, I don't know, through some broadcast, I guess. And I wrote them and I said, well, I'd like to have a sample. And they sent me a sample and it was just so great. For the first time ever, I had a book that had schedules that I could try. Oh, some of it might be outdated, but still it was pretty freaking good. I didn't have the internet to get schedules back in the day, you know? And so I wrote 2 months later, it's like, oh, can I have a sample? So I got 3 samples. And the third one, the last sample, in big letters on top of the bulletin said, this is last sample free for you. It's like, okay, I abused the system. There is no more free samples now. But hey, I was a teenager, didn't have any money. I don't think I could have paid for a subscription anyways. But man. Oh God. Blogger Night, 30 minutes from local sunset. Here, we're at what? We're out. The sun is technically set. It sets at 8:56, I think, local. Kenneth, nowadays a package would include your government's tracking package at no extra charge. Even worse in my country. Yeah. Old radios, I don't miss having 6 channels back in the cable when it was. There's not so much nowadays. Yeah. Oh, man. I remember when we got cable with that Gerald selector of channels that had like 100 feet of wire from the TV. And you would just clack, change the channels. But that was such a revolution. Hey, wow. We've got 20 channels to watch. This is so amazing. 11945 on PL330. So what's on 11945? Let's check it out here. Okay, wait. AM. It's very strong. Very strong, 11945. And I would guess this, what is 11945 right now? Frequency, 11945. It's Radio Romania. That started in Romanian. If you guys go to 11620, 11620, Radio Romania in English.
And the need for support for Ukraine. At the same time, he drew attention to the importance of the parliamentary elections in the Republic of Moldova at the end of September. From The Hague, the head of state went to Brussels to the summit of European Union leaders focused on defense, support for Ukraine, as well as the situation in the Middle East. on the sidelines of the high-level meeting, they could short time have discussions.
So Radio Romania, 11620 in English. Pretty good signal. Pretty good signal. So that's in the Pirate on 6950. What is there an ID of the Pirate station? HF Underground. 6950 is WTF Worldwide. WTF Worldwide. And I mean, it's very strong right now. Very strong. 6950 kilohertz upper sideband. Hey, Vasti. Nice to have you here. Actually, conditions are pretty good, Vasti. If I look at the space weather info right now, signals seem to be pretty good. K-index is 1. Conditions should be pretty good right now. Have you tried Radio Romania English 11620? Out of curiosity, because very, very interesting. The signal is pretty strong. So, you know, pretty good here. Now, for field day, I've, you know, you got to choose the field day time also. Because if you tried field day like at 18 UT when it started, that's not the best time to do any type of content, any contacts. But right now and later in the night, you should find a field day should be pretty good. I'm not participating in field day, but you should be getting now and later in the night some pretty good stuff. It's a question of time. You know, when they start field day, which I believe is 18 UT, in summer, it's like the worst time for anything. You know, you don't hear anything. It's like the absorption in the ionosphere is too strong in the summertime. But you know what? If you start now and later, I think you're going to have an improvement, have a lot of stations coming in. I think it's a question of timing more than, because propagation is not too bad. Tonight, the propagation seems pretty good, actually. So check that out. So you're working CW. Richard Wagner is a 6913 upper sideband. Not hearing anything much, but I'm hearing some guys talking on 6930 lower sideband, which sound to like peskies, fishermen, right now. So that could be interesting. I'm not hearing anything on 6913. So that's also something to check out. And Trustin Sylvastia 6950 upper sideband, good signal. Trustin, today there's so much information, entertainment available. We can all go down our own little rabbit holes. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, the choice is just amazing now. I mean, you know, just look at this. It's very niche. What you guys watch is this. And I mean, the majority of people around the world have no idea there's something like this existing. So imagine all the podcasts, the live shows, the stuff we have no idea is out there when you think about just this live show and the fact that it's so, you know, small, niche, unique market that it is. It's just amazing. And I'm sure there's this equivalent of live shows and thousands of them from guys and girls out there talking about specific subjects with their little followers and you know, it's just crazy. Today you've got stuff for everyone. Everyone. It's amazing. When you think about it, it's totally amazing. So 6950, very, very strong. When WKRP came on, all non-essential work became adult. Yeah. And by the way, if you guys want to rewatch WKRP, every single episode is on YouTube. You can go and check it out. And I watched one a couple of months back. I wanted to see if it was still good, and it's still amazingly good today. It is absolutely watch again and free on YouTube. So there's a lot of stuff like that. There's so many things that, you know, go hand in hand with our hobby over time, and that, you know, mixes up. It's just crazy. Jasmine says, "Love the fact that you are fascinated by online communities is cute." Yeah, I mean, it's just great. There's so many. Imagine the hundreds, if not thousands, of discs with different subjects going on. I guess it comes, Jasmine, from my IRC days, when IRC was the big thing, when we would chat with people. I remember I would put shortwave radio as a subject and wait there for an hour before somebody popped in, because somebody interested in shortwave would pop into the chat room of the IRC chat because he was searching for shortwave radio. And not counting so many things. You don't know what's IRC? Oh man, it still exists today. It's the internet relay chat. So position yourself in the beginning of the internet, and there was no video live shows or anything like that, but there was something called the IRC, the internet relay chat. The IRC was the way to communicate. So you would see back in the day, a lot of people would meet up on groups, local groups, and that would build up over this IRC. We needed a piece of software called MIRC that would connect to the internet relay chat. And by the way, it still exists today. You can go and check out IRC, and there's still tons of chat rooms today that exist from that era. And so it was the way we could communicate together. And so we would go on IRC, and we had a we would just go to MIR. We would use a software called MIRC for the most of us. We would connect to either channels that already existed. You could search for channel names, or you could create your own channel and hope somebody's going to find you. And I created tons of channels of all sorts, and I would go to other channels. It was our way of communicating back then. I remember spending so much time Yeah, there is a lot of MP3s. There's a lot of things being done actually with MIRC back in the day. So Mike WX50, I think you might have clicked by accident some blocking our friend here, Mike Hill, which is fine. Yeah, ICQ, of course, ICQ. ICQ. That was the first. That was the first connection I had with family. My sister. We would be on ICQ all night. Yep. Buying WX50, I used the MIRC client to download a huge number of MP3s. Yep. Yep. Blogger Die, take care. Nice to have you on board. Have fun with your new radio. And I'll be looking at your oh, okay. So I'll be looking at your review, Blogger Die. Do take care. It was nice to have you on board. Oh, okay, Mike WX50. I was wondering what was happening there. But I mean, it was a way to communicate back then, you know. Usenet, yeah, Usenet, absolutely. Old radios, Usenet was another thing of the past. With the news groups and stuff like that. Oh man, you know when I was, for the first ever time in my life, mind-boggled that we could talk to each other live. I was still on my Commodore 128 computer. And I guess we were 1991-ish. I went to this bulletin board. And it was a paid bulletin board, but you had 60 minutes of free time. And after that, you had to pay if you want to continue. And I was mind-boggled by the fact that that board had groups where we would be chatting live for the first time in my life, live. It was like, what? We don't just leave a message and somebody answers tomorrow. We're live. That was an amazing moment for me. It's like, really? Man, so many services back in the day that just crazy. You know, I have a bar here in Montreal. There's a tavern. It's not even a bar. It's a tavern called Peel Pub. The Peel Pub has a special meaning for me because when I was 18, there were two groups that I was in. One with my science class in college. One with the BBSs, the bulletin boards, if you guys don't know what that is. Before the internet, we would connect to a computer that was a bulletin board. And that's how it worked. And then we would have GTs, get-togethers. And both of them, we would go to Peel Pub. Why? It was the cheapest pub for beer and food. Of course, students, we don't have any money. We want the cheapest stuff around. We don't care what it tastes. We're just happy if it's cheap. So the Peel Pub downtown Montreal is closing. It just closed after 60 years. And I mean, we would go there every Friday night, Saturday night. And they had those trivia consoles. There were wireless consoles that you would rent. And you could go down and have your beer, play trivia. And the trivia was actually not just the bar. It was like a network that was across North America. So you could see your bar score compared to the score of other bars across the United States, for example. It was just amazing thing for the time. It was mind-boggling for 1990, you know. So when I saw this week that the bar is closed, I was like, oh man, so many memories of get-togethers with bulletin board guys, college guys, the trivia, all the stuff that went on. Oh man, this is great. And the BBS scene, going into the bulletin board systems with your computers. Oh God, that was just great. And you know, if you wanted to meet up, you had to meet up somewhere. It was the only way to meet up. You had to go to a bar or something. We would meet up or have you know, some kind of dinner. We reserve a restaurant and oh man. Dr. Arshid Joshi, nice to have you here. Nice to have you on board from the foothills of the Himalayas in India. I'm currently in my hometown and apologize for being late. Don't apologize for that. Nice to have you on board. I'm trying to imagine the landscape of what you could see outside, being at the foothills of the Himalayas. It must be just wonderful. Welcome aboard, my friend. Yahoo Groups was one, yeah, Trustin. My WX50, there was another chat service called Virtual Place, I would guess. It was powered by the old Excite search engine. Wow. Just so crazy. Oh, man. My WX50 left playing trivia on those mobile devices. Yep. That was just crazy. That was just crazy. Just so crazy. And so much fun. And there was a lot of stuff. My college gang, we were really good. Every time it would like be science or, you know, anything like that. So we would win because at the bar they would give us a free 60-ounce picture of beer if you were number one in the trivia in the bar. I don't know how many pictures we won, but oh man, that was something. I remember I had so much beer on my table with my friends that we would just like look at people we liked and say, you want to have a picture? You want to have beer? Free beer? Because it was way too much for us to drink. And boy, that was such an amazing time. These are cool things that, you know, I think about it today. It's like, wow, just such an amazing moment. Seeing all the technology move on, you know, going from computers like the Commodore computer to an Amiga to a PC at some point, and the bulletin boards and the speed of modems and then high-speed internet and all of that is mind-boggling. I remember I had an email. People didn't even know what, we would not talk about emails. I had in 1993-ish an email address for work. And I can tell you guys one thing. One, I did not know what an email was. And I remember that there was an @ sign. It was that I had my own email address. And what I remember where I was amazed is I sent an email to whoever I wanted to send one. And that person replied back in 5 minutes. And I was like, what? This fast? I was expecting, like, you know, tomorrow I'll see some answer. No, this thing was instantaneous. Emails existed in the 80s and 90s. We didn't talk about the internet. And who heard of emails in 80s? Nobody. But they existed. They were already there. Emails already existed. But nobody talked about it. We were in a little, like, our technology world which was different from that. And I remember thinking, wow, this is amazing. I can write to somebody and in an instant the info is there, and I get an answer back. And so I would guess I got one of the first of most people around me, or of almost anybody around me. I was one of the first to get an official email for work. Just amazing. Hey, Kathy, nice to have you on board. Just got settled and flew cross country. Now same as your time zone, Joe. Nice to have you here on board. But it's like, wow. You know, Keegan, ask.com. Ask.com was very unique. There's a reason why it was called ask.com. And it's because you could ask it a specific question, which the other search engines could not really do back in the day. When I got into the tech duties, I was fixing computers. One of the biggest problems that I got through was people saying, well, you're too expensive. But anybody that owned a business knows that we're expensive because it's expensive to own a business. You know, if I could charge $5 and be happy, I would do it, but I can't. I have to charge a minimum amount because of all the cost around it. So people don't understand that because they don't own a business. They don't know how expensive it is to own a freaking business. So it was something I had a hard time with. So I was like, okay, but how do I explain? And I still remember to that day. I went to ask.com and I said, how do I explain the cost of my services? And you know what? The answer back was, you don't have to explain the cost of your services. That's how much you cost. That's the price. And that's it. There, you don't have to explain it. If you don't understand it, if you don't want to pay it, that's their problem. It's not yours. You do not have to explain why you're charging this. And I was like, okay, yeah, it's true. I don't have to explain it. This is how it costs, and that's it. And that's where I started going on with, yeah, this is the price. You want it or not? And I mean, the amount of people that paid it were the majority of people. They were like, yeah, it's fine. But it's sometimes when you have 2 or 3 calls with like, well, that's expensive. When you get the, oh, well, my neighbor's kid does it for $20. I'm not your neighbor's kid, and at $20, I'm gonna stay home because it doesn't pay any of the fees of what it costs. So yeah, my WX50. You know how hard it is because you find like, well, am I too expensive? It makes you doubt. Am I too expensive? No, at some point, I remember one lady that called and I told her my fee and she said, how can you live with yourself exploiting poor people with fees so high? And I was so pissed off. I remember I replied back, I'm sorry if you're poor. It's not my problem. I'm and I just hung up. I was like, look, that's life. I mean, come on. You're going to, like, people always, there was always a, like, well, you're going to be here for 30 minutes. How can you explain that fee? Yeah, but it took me 45 minutes to come here, plus the 30 minutes here, plus I didn't spend 30 minutes because I was the tech guy that, you're paying for something you're going to have for your money's worth. So what I would do is I would fix your problem, then check different things in your PC to make sure everything's all right. I would never be below an hour. And I was always like, oh, you have this or you have that. And you know what? People were happy because like, oh, you got a problem with this. I said, oh, yeah, I have a problem, but, I just deal with it. It's like, well, I'm here. I just fixed it. And people are like, okay, oh, wow. It's like, I'm here. Ask me what's the freaking problems you have. Don't tell me it's this, there's this, and that. And I would see it because of a tech guy that I would be. I would not just spend the minimum amount. That was not what I was. But, it's I think everybody that has a business is hit with, yeah, but why are you charging this price? Well, did you want to see how much it cost me to own the business, pay the stuff? There's taxes to be paid for the government. There's so much. And you end up, this is why I stopped. Honestly, I stopped because I was tired of it. I was tired of, well, you know what? Yeah, I know your neighbor does it for $20. Well, use your neighbor. And by the way, what he did was wrong, and that's why you got problems again. I charge, but you know what? That problem will not be here in 6 months. Wake up. It's so complicated. Rob from Wick, people want something for nothing, which lots of companies exploit. The price you pay is in other terms. Yep. Dr. Archie Josie says, I was introduced to the internet in 2007. Sluggish dial-up connections were something that I made peace with while surfing the web back then. Yeah. You had to. You know what? I did an experiment a couple of years ago. When you go to the Google search page, that Google logo, you have no idea how big that thing is. Because I was reading an article and somebody said, what if I use a 56K modem and go to google.com with a browser? How fast will that appear? Just seeing the Google logo is so heavy. We don't understand that today because we have high speed. Exactly, Mike WX50. How many times you got called by, you came here 2 months ago. I got a question. It's, when I use my browser and I go to this website, there's this thing happening. I'm not your free tech. I'm not your, I will answer every question every day for free. I work. This is my paycheck. And so many things like that. And I remember one day somebody said, well, my next door neighbor can't fix it, but I find that you're expensive. And I told that person, well, you know what? You're paying for the expert that's going to fix it for good. Your little neighbor fixed it for 5 minutes because he doesn't know. You know what, Mike WX50? I have a story, you guys. I go to this little couple, nice couple and everything, and there's naked women on the screen everywhere. Yeah, I see it. But, I'll call them two innocent couple. So the lady that called me with her husband, she says, oh, there's these little naked women. It's Windows. No, it's not Windows. In your head, you already know. It's not. No, there's not Windows. There's no naked women in Windows unless you did something. Windows does not get infected by magic at all. It's you did something. I'm sorry, but you did something. It's like going to the doctors. My penis is kind of, a little rough, and it's like when I pee, it hurts. do you think the doctor is going to believe you saying like, oh, well, I didn't do anything, and like, no, you got a disease, okay? Well, the tech guy is the same thing. So there's a naked woman on your screen. You think I'm going to be like, you didn't do anything? I'm not dumb. So, but you have to be the tech guy that's like, nice and try not to create some kind of war between the couple. So anyways, she's like, we don't go on to these porn sites or do anything bad. In my head, it's like, yeah, somebody does. And I already know. I'm like, yeah, your husband probably does, but you don't know about it. So I fixed it and everything's fine. And I go and they're happy. She calls me up 3 months later. Oh, by the way, the naked women are back. And the first thing she says is, well, I guess it's going to be free because you fixed it before. I'm sorry, but what you do, I will gladly fix something I didn't fix. I will not fix something you create all the time. A virus, for example. So she starts being real mad at me, saying, well, what kind of service is this? Always charging. And she says, well, I will call another tech guy. So I said, okay. And I was very, very mean. I was like, wake up. Your husband is watching porn while you're sleeping or doing other things. Are you that stupid? So wake up and talk to your husband that watches other women on the internet. And I just hung up. And I was like, there, wake up. I just can't anymore. I just can't. Go F yourself. So it's like, there's a limit where it's like, ugh. James Farley says, I had someone call me once saying their cup holder didn't work. I said, cup holder, the CD-ROM drawer. Cathy says, as a nurse, you can imagine the questions, such as, do you think it's broken? I mean, come on. You know what? We are not stupid. The doctor isn't stupid, depending on what you're going to tell him. Like, just be honest. Yeah, I hooked up with this girl and, well, there you go. It's like, your husband. And you get, if anybody out there that's been a tech guy, you're also a psychologist. How many women told you stories about their lives that is like, oh God, why are you telling me this? But I guess it makes them feel good. It's just amazing. Just amazing. I got a few of them. You guys want to hear them? I got a few of them that are just amazing. I mean, there's no name attached to it, so nobody knows. John Beckham, I remember when my would say, yeah, John is on his computer and his phone has been busy for 5 hours. Oh, that's good. Kenneth remembers 3 hours loading 3-minute songs. Yes. That was the thing back in the day. That was the thing. Absolutely. Absolutely. God, Bob from Wix says, I used to have recurring nightmares of an infected PC and I couldn't get it out. Bad anxiety dream. Dr. Arshit says, readily quoted Joe, web page loading times, sometimes close to a minute. Taught the value of patience in the fast-pacing world that we are heading on. Yep. Absolutely. I mean, wow. Joseph's got 6950 upper sideband into the California coast. Pretty good. Bought from Wake Dog. I fell on my mobile and got stuck in my bum. How did it happen? Oh God. It's like you have no idea. But when you get to a point where a lot of your um, of your clients become so close. Brent Sutherland, nice to have you here. Remember when the internet got slowed down by the is glass a liquid question? You it's crazy. I remember one night. You know, imagine how a tech guy, because for those that never did that, imagine the tech guy. I imagine the tech guy. He's there to fix the computer, but sometimes it's very long. You know, sometimes I've been there for 2 hours, 3 hours. What happens? You talk. And I'm the guy that talks a lot. You see it here. I remember one couple that you know I could see was like a weird and complicated, but I'm fixing the computer. The husband's sleeping, and the wife comes to me and says, "Can I ask you a question, which is very manly question because you're a guy, and we talked a lot in the past with you know when you came here for other problems, and I find your opinion very useful and very you know enlightening and so on." So she says, "My husband watches porn on the internet when I sleep, and it's a big problem for me." And she says, what would you say about that?" And I said, let's just put it this way. A guy is a guy. A man is a man. And I told her, it's better to have your man watching porn in your home than him going off somewhere you don't know and meeting who knows. At least he's at home. And she said, wow, I never thought of it that way. And I said, he's still here. He didn't cheat you. He just looks at pictures or videos. It's my way of thinking. And she's like, well, thank you so much. And it was like, you know, but that's the kind of thing a tech guy goes through. People asking stuff that are just amazing. One of the most amazing one was one of my clients. She starts talking. She says, you know, I'm going to a vacation in Mexico with my my new boyfriend. And, you know, for it starts very, 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 you know, easy. Just like, okay. Then she starts saying, you know, I'm a little afraid. I said, why? She says, because I haven't gone to Mexico on vacation for 20 years. Because the last time I went there, I like scuba diving. And I went there with my husband at the time. And there was a big wave and there was current. And my husband died, drowned. And so I'm like, oh God, this is getting heavy. And she says, I'm going with my new boyfriend, and you know, I feel so guilty of what happened. I think it's my fault. And I told her, I said, well, you know, he went with you because he wanted to. It's not necessarily your fault. It's you know, tons of things happening together that just, you know, are not cool. But happened, and that's life. Sometimes life is shitty. Is something happens, and unfortunately, it's like hey, Trustin, you take care. It's just that, you know. But one of the moments that I will always remember from my tech duties that touched me deeply. And after that, we're going to go into Moscow Nights, guys. She, I would go. I don't know how many times I fixed computers there, and it was, you know, teenage mom war. Teenager, she was honestly her teen was a bitch. She was so bad, and it was always a fight. Every time I'd go there was a fight, and her mom would always tell me, it's like, she can't reason. She's like, and she had a computer in her room, and she would close the door and never. She didn't want anything to do with her parents. And the last time I went there, she opens the door. The first thing I notice is she doesn't have any hair. And the first thing I think about is, oh God, she got cancer. Because that's the first thing you'd think. A woman, no hair, she got cancer. And I went inside the house, and it was so different. The girl's computer was in the middle space of the house, and she starts saying, might have noticed that she's nice, and the computer is in the middle place and everything. And I said, yeah, and well, I didn't notice. And she started telling me, well, I'm dying soon, so now she wants, if she's on the computer, she wants to be in a place where she could see her mom all the time. She realizes that her mom's dying, and so it's very heavy. It's like a very heavy situation. It's like I'm fixing the computer, and I'm like, God, this is so freaking heavy of a situation right now. I'm in the middle of, this moment. And I fixed the computer, and her little girl says, thank you so much. And she gives me a hug, and I get outside, and the woman tells me, I want to thank you for all the years we had together. This is our last time we ever meet, because in about a month time I will be, passed away. I will die. And it's so freaking heavy that I just get on the sidewalk and I started crying. I was on the sidewalk, I just started crying. And there was a friend of mine that was out of a job back in the day. I remember. Beautiful sunny day. When they say beautiful sunny day, there can't be any problems in life. Yeah, there are some freaking problems. And my friend didn't have a job, didn't have any money. I called him up, and I said, what are you doing? He said, nothing, I got no cash. I said, I don't care, I'm going to pay. You meet me at this place on the terrace outside, and we are going to have beer and food and enjoy life this afternoon, because what I just got is so heavy. I'll explain the situation, but God, that was, when you have situations in your face like that, it's like, that's life. Life is, what? You can have tomorrow morning a freaking, hardcore, it's just, crazy. So, man, that was one hell of a time. Okay, guys, last chance, super chat, and please, guys, don't hesitate. Chinese food, PayPal, Chinese food, and of course, super chat if you want. Thanks for being here, guys. It's much appreciated. We had a lot of fun tonight, and hope you did. And you know what? It's always great to have all you guys. Tomorrow is for every single people out there. Wake up if you want to be. I'm going to post the link for last time here. So first of all, let me look at Zoom. How many people are in the Zoom? How many people are in the Zoom? Sorry, I'm just going to check it out here. Zoom. So, tomorrow, we are officially 55 people registered. Want to be here tomorrow? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. This is the time. Okay? Want to be here? Here's the link. And register. 20 hours universal time tomorrow. You know, when I say that, you know, donations are welcome, and I say it all the time to people that never donate, if, you know, and they're here all the time, I know some of you can't. Look at all that I do, all the efforts here. I'm going to be here for what now? 5 hours? Tomorrow I'm going to be here. And I'm going to be on Zoom. I'm going to be for how many hours? Come on, guys. You know, I just don't want to bother you with that, but that's life. So join in to the Zoom meeting tomorrow. Okay? Do join the Zoom meeting tomorrow. Okay? I'm just going to go here and delete something. Here we go. There you go, guys. This is the Zoom registration link. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. We're going to do the Moscow Night dance, as I promised. Stay safe, people. Love you all really a lot. And Chinese food's coming. So it's all up to you. Thanks to you. Love you all, guys. And let's go to the Moscow Nights dance. Moscow Nights. I like it. Every time I try to type Moscow Nights, it says Moscow Mule. What's the Moscow Mule? So let me just check out something here. Make sure it works well. Okay, let's do it like that. Like that. And I know there's a echo sometimes because of the desktop. Here we go. So there we go, guys. Put the earphones because it's better. Oh, you know why? Let me start it again. I think I know why. Okay, I'm going to start it again because I know why. I put a filter in OBS Studio, and I think it has to do with the filter for background noise. It doesn't want to have the music to play. So let's start that again. I'm just going to go here. Filters. Let me remove the filters. Filters. Delete. Yeah, I'll delete noise suppression. And we're going to start again, and I'm pretty sure that's the problem. Because the filter is trying to remove the background music. So let's do it again. No, it's not copyright issues. There's no copyright on this song. For some reason, never had a copyright claim on this song. So it's weird. So here we go, guys. Let's start. It needs more than 32K. Is better? There you guys. Stay safe.